Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And guys, I am exhausted. We will probably have a short show tonight. Because I set this stream up a whole orders of magnitude of fatigue ago. So we'll have a short show tonight. And then I will be going to bed. So you look like shit. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Anyway. Well, I was just asleep. And you can see my eyes. Oh, God. I look like a fucking weed addict. All right, anyway. Yeah, my eyes are red. They're really dry and they're sore. Like I said, I was just asleep and woke up. And I probably need to go back to bed. But we're going to do this real quick. First, again, not a super long show tonight. Let's see. Here we go. What is this? Not a super long show tonight. And we will be... What the... Oh, damn it. Here we go. I'm trying to pull something up here. Okay. I just got a hot new document that I got to check real quick because we might need to bring it up. Okay. Perfect. Oh, this is great. Let's see. Amazing. Amazing. This is perfect. This is great. Thank you to whoever sent me this one last order, I should say. I think that's the proper term we want to use for it. The one last order for these cases from Law and Crime. So if you don't know, Law and Crime has sent me a cease and desist, right? That's one of the issues we have in this case, is that Law and Crime is very, very mad. They're very, very mad at me, and they have sent a cease and desist letter to make me stop being such a meanie face and stop stealing their content. Content which is likely not even theirs, and in some cases is definitely not theirs. And what it turns out that they have done is just gone ahead and lied about their ownership and what I am doing. But I am not to be deterred because I'm not a smart man. If I were a smart man, I would heed warnings. if I heeded warnings, I would stay out of trouble. But if we're out of trouble all the time, we are not having as much fun. And I am not here to have my fun crippled by a bunch of mental cripples. I don't know about you guys. But that's how I feel. So there's some super chats to come in, and then I'll figure out while I read them exactly how I want to address this. But the long and short is my attorney has responded to Law and Crime. We will cover that response. I will show you that response, and then I will also show you the media orders in the cases that we're discussing. And that's a simple way to look into this and to verify the claims of Law and Crime and to see what kind of legal position we're on. Now, there is a fat moron out there, a real fucking idiot named Mike Dunford. And Mike Dunford is the guy who will tell me over and over and accuse me of not doing the research. The interesting thing is, Mike Dunford didn't even bother to fucking verify if what Law and Crime said was true or if what I said was true. But what I said was true because I am the truth sayer. And I will show you that tonight. To Mike's credit, I do need to give Mike some credit here. To Mike's credit, he wants me to be right. He openly admits that. Mike wants me to be correct. He thinks that my approach to this issue is the approach that is the ideal approach. He just doesn't think I am correct. Now, I will humbly say that I think Mike doesn't think I'm correct because Mike doesn't think I can be correct, and that Mike should be uplifted. He should be spiritually heartened to the fact that I am consummately correct. I've never been wrong in my entire life about anything ever, not once, from the minorest of details all the way up to the maximalist of issues. Obviously, that is true and not hyperbole. But I think Mike needs to just go ahead and remember that I am the truth teller. Will H says Ricada Law can't afford a decent lawyer, or his lawyer would have told him to shut the fuck up. Hey, Will H, fuck you and you shut the fuck up. First of all, if you don't think my lawyer has told me to shut the fuck up, then you're an idiot. Second of all, if you think I'm going to sit on top of hundreds of thousands of people and shut the fuck up in a fight with a public media corporation, then you're a fucking retard. What is wrong with you? Stop it. Stop this. Stop thinking that advice actually applies to everyone uniformly. There are general rules. There are general ideas and general concepts that people should follow. But there are some people who don't fit into general rules, okay? One of them is me, because I happen to have a platform with 344,000 subscribers who I can help share a message. If you don't have that, then there's not really much value in you making public statements. But I can make public statements and actually have those public statements matter, have impact, and benefit and leverage towards me. So, yeah, if you don't have a platform that you can utilize, you need to shut the fuck up. If you do have a platform that you can utilize, you might need to shut the fuck up. And then again, you might not. But piss off. Who are you? Are you an attorney? Are you an IP attorney? Are you an IP attorney who handles clients that end up in news stories? And then finally, are you my IP attorney? And that last one's really the most important question. It's really the most important question. But yeah, get out of here. Get out of here with your shitty generalized advice. All right. Here we go. Enigma the Basement Troll says, seems like Law and Crime want to fuck around and find out. Will you be countersuing for monetary damages since a suit will likely affect your show schedule? We'll see. We'll see. So far, Law and Crime has not taken any official legal action or any official YouTube action that I would know of. They have not filed a DMCA. They have not filed a copyright claim with an associated strike. And since that is a big part of what needs to happen for them before I can do much, there's no response to have at this point. I'm hoping that they're smart enough to not do any of that, because the way YouTube's copyright system is set up, it favors the copyright claimer, which is it favors the liar at first. And then it favors the creator later, sort of. But it does initially favor the liar. So if they do mess around, it could mess with stuff. I'm hoping that it doesn't ever come to that, and I'll show you, our discussion of it. If it does, then we're going to have some issues. Weird Pixel says, hey, Nick, today my grandfather passed away. He was once the fire chief of the New Orleans Fire Department, and in his time saved many lives and raised 3 responsible and strong men. Prayers, please, and F's in chat. F's in chat indeed. Weird Pixel, sorry to hear about the passing of your grandfather. He sounds like a tremendous man. Eclipse Warlord says, hail Ricada Law. Here for a good time, says, Nick, how am I supposed to get relaxed enough to paint without your drunken streaming? Well, it is. The drunken streaming is here. Timothy Reaper says, YouTube video, Campaign Confessions 2 at 24:07 to 25:18. Is this slander? She did lie with the intent of ruining someone's reputation. I mean, that's slander then, I suppose. The question is it actionable slander? But I have no idea. I don't know what Campaign Confessions 2 is. Philip E says, why is this gay always late? That's a good question. We the Rabble, message retracted. Idaho Plumber says, get your beauty sleep, Nick. We need you focused. Oh, I'm focused. I'm just exhausted. I went out and I got some food, did a little grocery shopping. I got home. I had the food, had my meal, and I went and laid down on my bed. Lady Rackets was doing some craft or something on our bed, and I laid down. I was like, I got a Qdoba burrito. It's right here. I set my burrito down on the bed. Like, I'll eat this. Pff, unconscious. It was amazing. Eric Allen says, hey, tired man, I know I DM'd you on the devil Twitter, but thanks for earlier today. It was fun, and anytime you want me to. I'm happy to join where I'd fit in. Yeah, guys, we had Eric Allen. He's a psycha something. His master's degree in psychology or something like that. Some beta degree. And he came on to talk about people who are in shock and suffering through grief and trauma in regards to the Theodore Edgecombe trial. And it was really, really great. It was really, really great. He was a good dude. Seemed to have a good mind about him, and he was a wonderful participant for the lunch break before we kicked him off when the jury came back and the court was back in session. All right. I'm waking up now. Whoever told me I need to shut the fuck up, but probably had the right idea in getting my ass awake. Debbie O says, FYI, Emily D. Baker gave a nice shout out to you and your channel tonight on her Friday night live show. Well, that was sweet. Thank you, Emily. Emily's always been a wonderful and welcome addition to the panel over here. So, I'm happy that she gave a nice shout out. I'll have to go and listen to what she said just in case. Just kidding, of course. But I'll have to go listen to what she said because, I respect her opinions and I'd like to see her read of the situation. Pride or Honesty sent their membership chat, says best 2 months ever. We the Rabble says, I just got off the Nikki MGTV stream. He does military news. Everybody should sub and watch his weekly live as a USN corpsman. Thank you, Ricada Law, for this shameless plug. Oh, hey, you're welcome. Kayla says, so happy I found your channel. Is the only way to ask a question through Super Chat. Thank you for all that you do. Kayla, so here's the short answer is no, but the long answer is probably. Here's the deal. Super Chats, $20 and up. I try and read right away on the stream. I do. I try and read those as soon as possible. As soon as I can break the flow of the show for just a minute and read it. Super Chats that are below $20, I will read all of them. Normally, there's some streams that they have not been read. Various circumstances can cause that. I try to get to all of them. Those get typically read near the end of the show. And the reason is I developed this rule idea concept back when I was covering the Vic Mignogna stuff, and the amount of super chats that was coming in became kind of hard to manage because people were sending just a ton of $2 super chats, which was great. And I was very excited for it, but I was spending like 2 to 2.5 hours reading super chats at the end of the show, or they would come in constantly and I would try and read them as they popped in, and it broke up the flow of the show and it was impossible. And so this gave me a way to get people the opportunity to get something in relatively quickly, especially with interviews where I would have guests who would have to leave after an hour, 2 hours, or 3 hours. If I had a priority system for super chats, it allowed some questions to the guests to go in pretty quickly. So with that said, that's why I developed the rule. That's how it works. It's been working for me for a while at that way, and hopefully, long into the future. However, there are other ways to ask me questions. You can DM me on social media, or you can send me an email, and I might see them. I cannot make any promises. The other way would be to join into the Discord through something like Locals. Excuse me. And then perhaps on like a live chat, you could ask your question. But those are different ways. Intimidator 0108 says, some dry humor for you, Nick. Misheard a coworker this week at work thinking they said something about someone hitting a tree with a car, to which I made the wisecrack saying maybe they were just trying to drive down the price of lumber. Very good. Very, very wah joke sound from that one. Thank you, Intimidator. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Lajaman says, Eric Allen was a good value add to the stream today. I'd like to hear his take on the Rittenhouse alligator tears and Alec Baldwin's faux emotions. Stephen Oglesby says, you just need a steaming towel, a straight razor shave, haircut, and shampoo with scalp massage. So relaxing. Well, I need it, dude. If I was getting any of that right now, I would be unconscious. Zachary Moss says, is it possible to get a toast for my best friend of 19 of my 25 years of life? Found out this morning he took his life last night. Mental health is important to everyone. Zachary Moss, I can, yes. Absolutely can do that. Let's hit that. All right. To Zach's friend who is not named, but we don't need his name. Zach doesn't need his name. His person is imprinted on Zach's life. Being a friend for 19 years out of the short 25 years that Zach has been around. This is a person who, for Zach, does not need to be named, and of course, for their privacy, we don't need their name either. But someone who took their life, not realizing and respecting the amount of impact that they had on the lives of those around them, lives like Zach's, and to the pain, loss, and suffering that drives people into these situations. I say we do not ever toast or honor those things, but rather we toast and honor the broken person who is set free from that pain in the most unfortunate way, but we know at least that part is over. And unfortunately, we're left behind to carry that going forward. And that loss is something that we cannot, shake, but it is what it is on that front. And we do bear that. We do bear that burden, but we still miss the person. So to Zach's friend, cheers. May you rest in peace. Eric Allen says, I'd guess tonight, even though I'm a bit sauced, but up to you, my friend. No, Eric, that's okay. We're not covering any of those subjects tonight, but sometime soon, I think it would be great to do a show. John Jelaine says, just in case you need a big city lawyer, I would just spend it myself. Oh, thank you, John Jelaine. I really appreciate that. Jeff K says, thanks for telling my coworker he's fired for the havoc the other day. In the Richards voice, coworker was thrilled. Is an auto-tuned version asking too much too? Cheers from downtown Minneapolis. Oh my gosh.
To the friend of Jeff K. You are still fired, terminated, or whatever. I don't even remember why. But you're gone, buddy, bucko.
There you go. Kayla again says, thank you, found you from Law and Crime. And I barely knew and tend to have questions. I'm blonde, what can I say? But thank you so much. I enjoy your stream so much. Hey, thank you, Kayla. Welcome here from Law and Crime. Look, I'm happy to have poached you from them. Just kidding. I hope you still watch the content over there that you can't find over here. Taco the Turtle says, hi, Nick. I missed your earlier stream. Now I'm watching your live and previous show, Dueling Ricadas, lol. And Bob Piffle says, what kind of concert only costs 45 cents? A 50-cent concert featuring Nickelback. Keep on keeping on. Now, one quick question. Your take on the Russia-Ukraine situation, administration's folly. I have no idea. What anything about the Ukraine situation and Russia. Look, I'm not going to comment on it because I don't know. All I know is that is the cradle of communism. So who knows what's going on over there? Okay, let's do this. Oh my gosh, I've stalled way too much. Let me find the actual order, or not the order, the document. This is what was sent over to Law and Crime today. This is this is in their possession. Question mark says, can anyone recommend a Japanese whiskey? I'm usually a fan of Johnny Black or Clontarf, something light. Thanks. Yamazaki 17 year is very, very good. That's what I would go with if you can find it. Well, 12 year, I think if the 17 might be really expensive and hard to find, but a Yamazaki 12 or 17 year is good. Daniel, you think Andrew wants in on the fun? Andrew, who is Legal Mindset in the chat? What's up, Aiden? Let's see. Okay. I mean, I don't see Legal Mindset in the chat. Branca, the good Andrew. What, do you want to come on and talk about this with me? Let's see. I'll send you a link if you want to pop in. I don't know how much you want to talk intellectual property law. We're going to be reading a document and making fun of law and crime today. By the way, I appreciated your tweet earlier. Let's see. Here we go. I sent you the link. I sent you the link. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. Let me get my headphones in. That'll help me with the auto tune stuff too. I get some visual indicators that the auto tune is working, but it's always good to kind of hear it for myself. Okay, here we go. Saracen's Dave friend says, I'm going to add to the toast to Zach. My best friend that I grew up with is an inspiration to many and made me a better person by being kind. Took his life after suffering in silence. No matter who you are, people love you. It's so damn important that that people get their mental health in check. It's so important. I don't know, man, the damage that is wreaked upon people by this choice. I mean, it is a choice. It's the people are, they're not in a good place, and it's a permanent solution to temporary problems, and it's awful. Yeah. Let people around you know they're valuable. Gordo Fabulous says, here's a 20 for the toast to the guy who took his life. It's exactly what I feel when I hear someone did that. Yes, it's a permanent solution to a temporary problem, but we're grateful his pain has ended. Mike Mysterio says, hey, and Nick, I asked a question on locals the other day about if that jab versus non-jabbed being able to go out to eat is a legal discrimination. Not sure if it's YouTube friendly or if it's just a compliance thing. Okay, Mike, I haven't, I'll have to check your, I'll have to see if I can find it on locals. But long story short, Minneapolis has implemented this jab versus no jab vaccine mandate for all restaurants in Minneapolis. And restaurant owners have sued Mayor Jacob Frey over that order because they believe it to be a violation of their rights. And I agree with them. Welcome to the show, Mr. Branca.
Hey.
How's it going, man?
Awesome.
Yeah, I saw your tweet earlier, and I appreciate that very much. It's funny the way people choose to handle things is always interesting. I want to note to people that law and crime prior to this thing never ever reached out to me. they never said, "Hey, what are you doing with these streams or whatever?" Where I could say, "Oh yeah, fair use, man. That's my opinion on it." And they could have asked and said, "Hey, we would like it if you would not use our channel or whatever." And you know what? I would have considered it for sure. But here, even though I think what I'm doing is 100% fine, I would consider a request, but I don't consider threats. That's not what I tend to do. So, but
I grew up in the same kind of neighborhood. You want to work together? That's awesome. Love to do that. You threaten me, it's a different game.
yeah. So, and I have problems with authority for a long time. Okay, Felipe Move says, Nikki, how are you? I'm good, man. Saying hello from the third world. You look a bit under the weather. Easy question. What is the meaning of life? 42 is the answer to that. I'm not under the weather. I was just literally, I just fallen asleep for about 45 minutes, which is a terrible amount of time to fall asleep. 20-minute power nap, or else like a 2-hour nap, or else a full night's sleep. That's the rules. And then finally, Capricious Tyrant says, Grandma passed away on Tuesday. She was a stubborn old mule, only knew one way, and that was to move forward. I won't ask for a toast of whiskey, but instead for a toast to Milo's. Dementia is a bitch. Thanks for your vids. Capricious Tyrant.
Yes.
Cheers to your grandmother. Grandmothers are a special breed of people that you can't find people like that in any other type of person. Their influence lasts forever.
They actually never leave you.
They really don't. And I always think back on different parts of my two grandmothers and notice them in so many places. And one of my grandmothers was a very, very stubborn in the most Southern polite way possible lady. And I marvel at that influence on my life. So cheers to your grandmother. Eric Allen says, Andrew with the tactical turtleneck. Patrick Allen says, fully expected no tie Branca to bring the heat. Okay. So you're familiar with this situation with law and crime, I assume.
Well, only kind of. That's
yeah.
I mean, I guess they sent you a cease and desist for apparently sharing their pool feed.
Yes. And in that cease and desist, maybe I should. We won't go through their whole letter. But
hit the
maybe,
high points for me.
Yeah, let's. There are some high points to hit. So let me grab that letter real quick, and then here we go. And oh man, load up. Open up. This is the internet police. Lajamon says, Ricada Law, Milo's sweet tea. That stuff will grow hair on your teeth. I grew up near where it was created. How am I still alive? Milo's is great. It's just sugar. Eric Allen says, definitely problem with authority, and 42 is always the answer. No authority. Okay, so here we go. So here's their cease and desist. It's voluminous, but there are a couple main points. So they're complaining about repeatedly posting on my YouTube channel entitled Ricada Law, a multitude of live streams that contain in whole or in large part law and crimes copyrighted live feeds of various court trials and related proceedings. That's a good question. I know in at least 2 of the cases I've covered, it is not. It is specifically not. And the other 2 cases where it's not specifically mentioned, I would argue that it's still not. But in at least 2 of the cases I've covered, it is definitely not. And we'll get into that as we go.
Hey, so can I ask you to put the relevant part of the letter kind of upper half? It's my camera's in the middle of the screen, so
sure. So this is that first paragraph where they say the in whole or in part, the copyrighted live feeds.
Infringing content.
That's what they've labeled it, the infringing content. That doesn't actually make anything infringing.
I mean, I appreciate your opinion. Well, maybe not so much, but okay.
If I was writing the response letter, which thank God I hired an attorney who's a friend of mine who does this to hire the response letter, because mine would be something like law and crime hereinafter referred to as little bitches.
A lot of ampersands and pound signs.
Yeah. So that's that's just what they call the infringing content. So they've demanded that I comply. So then for the illustration of my violation,
What's the order or request?
Stop. Take down every stream that I've had with law and crime, content in it, as if it's their content, right? As if they create a single iota of the content. I do not use any of their commentary or anything like that. I don't use any of their stingers on their or musical stingers or anything, their bumpers that they might have on breaks. I've never seen anything like that, but if they do, I would turn it off immediately because that's garbage. So
it's open court proceedings.
Yes. Yeah.
With cameras that are static, controlled by the court. No creative judgment used at all.
Right. Even the cameras that are owned by the media companies that are in the courtroom, the judges are telling them what they can and can't record, when they turn them on, when they turn them off. And it's all controlled in these orders, which is amazing. So here's their first example. The January 5th, this is a nighttime stream. I live streamed the opening arguments from the Chandler Halderson trial, which infringing live stream contained over 2 hours of Law and Crime's copyrighted live feed of the same trial's opening arguments. It did. Interestingly, Law and Crime wasn't making the arguments. Law and Crime wasn't directing any creation there, but we'll get into all that. So as you are aware,
anybody can slap a copyright on anything. It doesn't mean they actually have intellectual property interest in that content.
Right. And this is an important note in all property rights in property law. No one owns anything. Everyone has a claim of ownership on something, and someone has a better claim than everyone else. But technically, if you want to get really the new agey about it, you own a little bit of everything, because at some point, if a whole bunch of everybody dies, you get it, because you could grab it. Right. So that's how that works. And there are different levels of ownership. For example, if there's abandoned property versus lost property, you might have a similar ownership claim because you find this thing. But if it's lost property that was not intentionally left behind, the original owner has a superior claim to yours, technically under the law. Now, it doesn't always pan out that way because it might be too much of a pain to enforce that right. But if they abandon it, you may think you're in the same place. I found this. I don't know what the status of the previous owner was. So you're in the same ownership position, but if they abandon it, your ownership would be superior to the abandoners, whereas to the loser, yours would be inferior. So that's how property rights work in general. And it's the same with intellectual property. Now, with intellectual property, the creator of the work has a really damn good claim to the ownership of the work, but it is not an ironclad thing just because you put a copyright label on it or say it's yours or whatever. So, as you're aware, Law and Crime's infringing live feeds are copied directly onto RL YouTube channel, and most of the time, Law and Crime's trademark logo can be seen in the bottom left-hand corner of the infringing content, leaving no doubt that the infringing content infringes upon Law and Crime's copyrighted works.
There is a doubt. There is
a doubt.
If I buy Star Wars as a DVD and put my Law Self-Defense logo on it, it doesn't make it my intellectual property.
Right. And it also doesn't make the use of that infringing automatically. The same types of ownership questions come into play. Is it fair use? If it's fair use, if that logo's there, it's not a copyright infringement. Now there's some absolutely catastrophic dummy online saying that having the trademarked logo on there amounts to trademark infringement, which is that's what That's what we call tell me you don't understand trademark infringement without telling me you don't understand trademark infringement. But trademark infringement needs to cause brand confusion. People need to believe that the trademark being used is indicative of the source of the ultimate content or the thing that they're witnessing.
And
So
what
we would
Nick
have,
does is definitely not Law and Crime, because that stuff sucks.
yeah. So it's wild. So a side-by-side comparisons, use of the infringing content in Law and Crime's corresponding live feeds proves that the infringing content on it materially incorporates verbatim their corresponding live feeds, which are copyrighted works owned or controlled by Law News Inc. It cannot and will not accept this infringement, etc., etc. They've reserved all their rights in its works under copyright and has not authorized you to reproduce, publish, blah, blah, blah. Here we go. So therefore, Bricada Law Channel's use of these works is a clear infringement. So here, this is the most important part of the letter for today's purposes. Please, because this is a lie. I mean, this is just a lie. Please also be advised that Ricada Law's YouTube channel's use of the infringing content is also an explicit violation of YouTube's live streaming policies. It is increasingly important that you also understand that the majority of Law and Crime's live feeds that Ricada Law YouTube channel has used in its infringing content are privately owned by Law News and are not part of a pool. And any individual and or entity that seeks to use such privately owned content must first obtain explicit permission from Law News Inc. This distinction must be understood by you. There are 4 trials that I have streamed that might have had Law and Crime content in them in some of the streams. Kyle Rittenhouse being the first. Kim Potter, which I didn't use Law and Crime very often, but I think I did on 1 or 2 streams or for parts of 1 or 2 streams. Then we had Chandler Halderson and now Theodore Edgecombe. So those are the 4 trials in which I have utilized, because they're the only 4 trials that I've actually covered. So that's the only places where I would have had opportunity to do this. And we're going to go through all 4 of those and take a look at the media orders in them. Because right before the show, thanks to a friend who I hope is watching and will know who this is, and I'm happy to shout them out by name, except they didn't specifically say to do that. I got the Kyle Rittenhouse media order right before the show, so we can go ahead and dispel some of this straight out. But so this is their cease and desist, and despite all of this, this is good. You'll like this paragraph. It is also alleged.
By the way, folks, you might, those of you wondering if you should go to law school, you might go to law school, become a lawyer, and then work for a company like this that makes you send letters like this. So maybe don't do that.
So this, I think Runkle wants to come on too. I'll toss him a quick invite as we get into this. Here we go. Okay. Now that that's done. This paragraph's for you, Andrew.
Okay.
It is also alleged that various subscribers and or supporters of Ricada Law YouTube channel have either spammed Law and Crime's YouTube channel chat or put into the Ricada Law YouTube channel chat. Hey, what's up, Runkle?
Hey, I just thought I'd pop in because I'm just astounded that Law and Crime has the stones to pull what they're doing.
So, yes, so they either spammed Law and Crime's YouTube channel chat or put into the Ricada Law YouTube channel chat various comments referring to Law and Crime employees as retarded and mentally disabled.
I only blame you for that.
With respect to the speed of their video feed.
Yes, it is en retard, right? It's the
Right.
French. It's the
Yes.
French. As well as
It
other
wasn't sped up.
as well as other unacceptable statements. This unbecoming
Unacceptable to whom?
I accept it just fine. I hope Law and Crime knows that my chat also calls me retarded and mentally disabled from time to time. They're not special. this unbecoming and
Oh my god, I
intolerable
was
behavior
unbecoming. I can't
is-
believe it.
is
And intolerable. I feel like I'm going through that first divorce all over again.
Well, it's supplemented by my own choice words on one of my live streams, which referred to law and crime as fucking pussies.
Oh, this has to go to court.
But here's the really funny thing: they call you out for specific language. You know that the pussy's language, and then they're saying that they're getting comments about other language that they don't like. So it's like, is it possible that people just saw your behavior and came to their own conclusions and wanted to mock you? Because
Yeah.
I never felt inclined to mock law and crime up until this. I mean, when we were doing commentary, I was like, hey, law and crime, good work showing that pooled feed. I mean, somebody's got to, and good stuff. But now I just kind of think they're a bunch of clowns. So,
Yeah.
and that's their
Oh,
own
yeah.
behavior that did that.
Monumentally silly approach to all of this. And again,
This is the thing I really wish I could hammer through to every law student who's sitting somewhere in a law school class, which is that there's a difference between quit because you might have to do this, but also just there's a difference between like you can send a letter and you should send a letter. And the difference sometimes between a good lawyer and a great lawyer.
This lawyer, though. I mean,
yeah, but
I mean,
I hope this lawyer sent them something just in big letters going, this is a terrible idea. Please do not make me hit send on this. And to be fair, giving this lawyer credit, they probably said send anyway.
Well, that was my first response to the lawyer was, I said, I received your letter. I understand that your client asked you to do this, and I trust that you advised them on the wisdom of this path. That's that you properly advise them on the wisdom of this approach, because sometimes your clients ask you to do things and you don't want to do them and you don't think it's a good idea, and you tell them and they said, no, I need you to send this letter. I want this. You're like, okay.
And I thought that was an incredibly classy response. You're not going for the guy's neck or anything like that.
No, I don't blame the lawyer on this one.
no,
it's the network being ridiculous. Whatever decision maker in the network goes, this is a good idea, let's do this. That's the dummy. The lawyer's just the guy who has to be the bullhorn.
Yep.
So
yeah, and
that lawyer.
You hate being in that position. I mean, doing criminal defense work, sometimes you've got people who are like, hey, we want to run a bail hearing or we want to run a trial. And you're like, okay, your choice, your call.
Mm-hmm.
But
so
the reality is about to teach you something.
Here's their demand list because they're prepared to resolve this matter amicably. Now, they could have started by just talking to me instead of sending me a legal threat. They request that the Recato Law YouTube channel and any other associated platforms do the following: immediately cease and desist from all further production, reproduction, publishing, and display of materials that infringe Law News' works, which is easy because I don't have any of those in the first place. Destroy all such infringing materials in its inventory or otherwise in its possession or control, including all copies in electronic or printed form, which they actually can't ask me to do this.
Yeah, it was... When you read this the first time, I was like, isn't this actually an invitation to please destroy evidence that would be relevant to this proceeding if we go to court?
Well, there's that. But the other thing is, if I'm infringing on their copyright by displaying it, I wouldn't have to destroy any of those materials that I own personally. I can infringe copyright. Like I could, maybe. Yeah, I could record it for my own pleasure all day. Like I could take Lord of the Rings. I could just take Lord of the Rings.
Own pleasure, Nick. I mean, that's a bit far.
But look, I like my own pleasure.
He really likes Canterbury, okay?
But I could take Lord of the Rings and I could record, some like voiceover track for it for myself forever and just never show anybody. And that's not actually infringing. Immediately cease and desist from any direct or indirect encouragement of subscribers, followers to spam law and crime related properties, which I have never ever done.
Folks, I'm not subject to encouragement or discouragement by Nick. I'm a guest when I'm here, but His control over me is limited.
Yeah, my control over everybody is limited to zero. I don't tell adults what to do. And I've never asked anybody or encouraged anybody to do any of this stuff. So that's another silly piece. And then immediately cease and desist from any direct or indirect defamation, slander, or libel aimed at law and crime. Oh, they said that all of my tweets about them contain materially false information, which I've tweeted about law and crime up to this point like 2 or 3 times ever. And the tweet was, my users are telling me that my name is blocked in Law and Crimes chat, which is true. That's what my users were telling me. And I'm pretty sure it was true that I was blocked, but I had a reasonable belief that I was blocked as well, as I sent one message to Law and Crime on their live stream. I said, hey, thanks for the coverage. What you do is really helpful and awesome to the world, or whatever, something akin to that. And people were telling me your chat did not go through.
An opinion cannot be defamatory.
Right.
And it's my opinion that law and crime sucks. Sue me.
I think that one is also defensible under, as truth.
Well,
true.
it could be.
As
Truth
true.
is always a defense. Indeed.
So then they asked that I respond by January 24th. So I hired my my good friend, Mr. Stephen Birch, and he responded here with this letter to Law and Crime. So we can go through that.
Oh,
now.
he has the pleasure of representing Mr. Ricardo.
I'm not going to say representing me is a pleasure, except it is. except for when I have to tell my poor attorney, by the way, I'm going on a live stream to talk about this. I'm going on a live stream to talk about this.
No, don't do it.
Here's the Twitter thread I just made.
That's the one of, I just gave you, I advised you not to do this. Please sign. I'll put it in my file. And then, oh my God, you're going to do what you're going to do, aren't you?
No, he knew. He knows. He knows.
Started doing shots right away.
And again, there's a completely different thing though. That this is true. Most clients do not have a public platform. They don't have one, and there is a certain level of value that is there in leveraging that public platform. And you have to determine if it's, more damaging to your case or not to do it. I don't know how I can damage my case. When I have used Law and Crimes content, their logo is on the screen as they noted. It's not like I hid it or was doing this behind some closed door. So it's not like me admitting that I'm using their content is going to be any more damaging than the use itself. I fully believe that the use that I've done is completely transformative. If they even have a legal ownership right.
It's meaningless. If I walk up to a Maserati and put a sticker on it with my name on it, I don't own that Maserati.
Wait, you don't own that Maserati?
Icon in a video doesn't mean they own that video. It's ridiculous.
I mean, if you could, sticker sales would be through the roof.
Well, no kidding.
And NFTs might be worth something. Oh, wait, I think I may have just annoyed the chat.
Outnumbered Mom says, can we get a no-tie live stream with your attorney after all this is over? Mr. Birch has been on the show several times. He's a great, he hasn't been on in a long time, but I do think after all of this kind of blows past, we could probably do a show about it. So he says, I have the pleasure of representing Mr. Ricardo with regards to the issues raised in your January 19th letter. In short, your letter seems to misrepresent the factual situation while not citing any substantive law.
Wow.
Absent additional information and proof of your claims, as requested below, Mr. Ricardo will not be taking any of the actions set forth in your letter. Finally, as described in detail below, should you seek to take additional actions by filing DMCA takedown requests to YouTube based on false allegations of infringement of copyrights Law and Crime almost certainly does not own, Mr. Ricardo will respond with a 17 USC 512F
I
action.
like it. Solid first paragraph.
So as a Canadian, what is that one?
Well, I could pull it up real quick. I am not an IP expert. I know enough to get by on the YouTube platform, but
just USC doesn't apply here in Elfland. So
yeah, I'm pulling it up here. It's
Elfland
and my bow. So here we go. So this is 17 USC 512 sub F, misrepresentations. Any person who knowingly materially misrepresents under this section that material or activity is infringing, or that material or activity was removed or disabled by mistake or misidentification, shall be liable for any damages, including costs and attorney's fees incurred by the alleged infringer, by any copyright owner or copyright owner's authorized licensee, or by a service provider who is injured by such misrepresentation as a result of the service provider relying upon misrepresentation in removing or disabling access to the material or activity claimed to be infringing, or in replacing the removed material or ceasing to disable access to it. So basically says, if you lie about the misrepresentation, we have a civil cause of action, or lie about the infringement, we have a civil cause of action, and we will pursue it.
And the attorney's fees bit is where things get spicy, because that gets real expensive in a real hurry.
Oh, please retain me. Please.
I'm very expensive. Mr. Rekieta is a popular online personality. Well, that's nice. Nicest thing someone said about me this week.
Doesn't say liked. This is popular.
Who provides insights and commentary on pending legal matters and issues on his YouTube channel. As part of this, Mr. Rekieta will occasionally show live streams of in-court video and provide commentary and criticism of the legal proceeding being shown. In your letter, you assert the following. This pooled footage part is that we covered earlier. However, you've provided no proof of any of this. What must be understood to you is that Mr. Rekieta's streams show only the in-court footage. They do not show or use any editorial or other content produced by Law and Crime. You provide only one specific example, the Chandler Halderson trial. Enclosed herein is the court's order with regards to the video feeds for this trial. As the order states, only 3 cameras were allowed in the courtroom. Is it your contention that those 3 cameras were owned and operated by Law and Crime employees or agents? That seems unlikely. Especially given other press coverage and live streaming of the in-court video. It seems more likely that Law and Crime is using the video from other news outlets, just as Mr. Rekieta is doing. Merely adding your logo to a video you did not own does not make it yours. Please provide proof that Law and Crime is the owner of the copyrights of the in-court footage used by Mr. Rekieta that Law and Crime asserts to be offending. Absent that, no actions will even be considered by Mr. Rekieta.
Oh, I like that.
Moreover, a search of the Copyright Office's records show that Law News Inc. is not the owner of any registered copyrights. As you know, a registered copyright is a prerequisite to filing any infringement lawsuit. Given the court's order for the Halderson trial, it is highly unlikely that Law and Crime would even be eligible to register the in-court footage of the trial. As the court has explained, the sine qua non of copyright is originality. To qualify for copyright protection, a work must be original to the author. Original, as the term is used in copyright, means only that the work was independently created by the author as opposed to copied from other works, and that it possesses at least some minimal degree of creativity. That's citing Feist Publication versus Rural Telecom Services Company Incorporated. As stated above, it is unlikely that these in-court streams were created by Law and Crime as opposed to some other major and or local news outlet. As such, there is no originality on Law and Crime's part. Moreover, there is no degree of creativity in these in-court streams. As the court order shows, it was the court that set up what can be shown, the number and position of the cameras, and when the recordings can start and stop. There were no editorial decisions made by the creators of these videos. The stream is nothing more than a recording of the facts of what happened during a public trial. In fact, some courts have explicitly required the media to disclaim any copyrights as a condition to recording the trial. See the Kimberly Potter order, also enclosed. Any assertion that Law and Crime owns the copyright to the in-court video for any other trial, especially the Potter trial, would be similarly baseless. Your letter also makes a perfunctory attempt at a fair use analysis that misstates the element cited and ignores the other elements. Until we have proof of any actual ownership of the in-court footage by Law and Crime, I will not spend my client's time going through an exhaustive fair use analysis for content Law and Crime likely doesn't even own. However, assuming arguendo that Law and Crime does possess the copyrights to the in-court videos, as the United States Supreme Court has made clear, quote, informational works such as news reports that readily lend themselves to productive use by others are less protected than creative works of entertainment, citing Sony Corporation of America versus Universal City Studios. These streams are nothing but informational, factual footage of what is occurring in a public trial. Law and Crime adds nothing, not even commentary, to these videos of a public proceeding. Additionally, the enumerated examples, e.g. criticism, comment, and research, are meant to give some idea of the sort of activities courts might regard as fair use under the circumstances, citing Apple Inc. versus Corellium. This is exactly what my client is doing, making comments and criticisms on a public trial. My client could use the entirety of the stream for the purposes he is using it for, and it would still clearly be fair use. However, as it is unlikely you own or are eligible for any copyright protection for these in-court streams, the fair use analysis is moot.
But if it wasn't, you're still fucked.
Yes.
Well, and I mean, it's pretty easy for one of these big companies to file for copyright for a copyright registration. They do it all the time. If they had any claim, you'd think that they'd have done so. And I don't think that they're about to, because I suspect the Copyright Office would be real pissed if they started filing copyright notices about
so
other
filing actually takes time. So as someone who's written a bunch of books, you file for copyright, you file, it takes time, it takes months and months and months. It's a government office. So it's not something you would really do. I mean, you would do it anyway, I guess, if you were a media company, but you wouldn't expect to get a response from the government. In any reasonable time. But in essence, the copyright is created instantly, automatically, when you create a creative work.
Yeah.
But they're not doing that. I mean that's the issue here. They're not actually they're not commenting, they're not lighting and moving camera angles or doing anything that could be characterized. They're just, the judge says, put the camera there, it records. That's not creative work in their discretion.
Yeah, the interesting thing, if the judge says, put the camera there and point it here, the judge likely owns the copyright.
Right, exactly.
If anybody owns it, it's the actual creator of the thing. The photographer.
This judge, imagine, he's like Borowski. He's like, copyright. Oh, fuck that copyright.
Well, and US doesn't have like government copyright, from what I understand. Like here we've got crown copyright, so the government can own copyrights. But I understand
it gets a little weird. Sometimes the government will
assert some ownership.
I see it with like jury instructions. Like a state will say, all right, this one company can publish our jury instructions and nobody else can do it. And I don't know if that's ever been tested, but they do it, and I have to pay $600 to get those jury instructions.
I was just wondering that if it would be theoretically assigned to the judge in the performance of their duties, if that might not make it public domain.
I would think so, but
yeah, well, like as we'll get to in the Potter case and the Rittenhouse case, the media orders specifically disclaim any media organization's claim to copyright on those trials, and that's really the problem that Law and Crime is going to have here, is that they said the majority of content that I've used of theirs is not pool owned. I contend that all of their content that I used is pool owned or is pooled, and that two of the major trials that I've covered that are the longer trials that would have the more substantial portion of Law and Crime streams, specifically Rittenhouse, those were specifically disclaimed by the court. You make one final assertion that Mr. Rekieta's tweets consistently contain false information. However, you provide no examples of any tweet that contains a false statement of fact, which bolsters our belief that there are no actual defamatory statements. Like most of the letter, it appears you're simply making broad, unsupported statements in an attempt to bully and silence an independent creator.
Yep.
Absent any specific examples of defamatory content, for which we believe there are none, Mr. Rekieta will take no actions with regard to his Twitter account.
Oh, so far. Yeah.
Well, and the other thing that just occurs to me is that that court footage also includes some copyrighted footage that belongs to other people, like Rittenhouse. There was drone footage. Somebody owns that drone footage, and
the FBI.
Well, yeah. I mean, if we're assuming that it's a private citizen, somebody has the copyright to that. And Law and Crime had no problem showing it. The same, like, they rely on fair use in order to survive. So I feel like they need to think a little bit about where they're digging, because they might be digging out their own supports here.
No, they're not thinking.
Yeah.
Somebody got their panties in a twist. Sorry, Nick, I don't mean to complicate your legal situation, but
you're not complicating anything. Please.
Somebody got their panties in a twist. They got called to the desk because Rekieta Law has 10 times the viewership of whatever this thing Law and Crime is. And someone said, how could that happen? We're paying you all this money for all this promotion and all this. We're a multi-million-dollar enterprise. And some guy in wherever you are, BFE, Wisconsin, has 10 times our viewers. We're going to burn you at the stake. No, it's okay. We'll just sue them in court. It's all nonsense.
Yeah, not a good plan. Finally, this letter serves as notice to you that Law and Crime does not own the copyrights to the in-court footage used by Mr. Rekieta. And even if it did, that Mr. Rekieta, that's a different person. He spelled my name wrong there.
What? Did they call you Rick?
No, he switched the I and the E in my last name. That my use is fair use. Should you be considering filing any DMCA takedown notices to YouTube regarding these streams, you would likely be perjuring yourself and exposing Law and Crime to civil liability pursuant to 17 UFC 512F. This section provides that if Law and Crime misrepresents itself in a DMCA takedown request, it shall be liable for any damages, including costs and attorney's fees incurred by Mr. Rekieta. Given the size of Mr. Rekieta's following on YouTube, the damages from a false DMCA claim would be substantial. Should you make any misleading or false DMCA takedowns of Mr. Rekieta's YouTube videos or any other content, Mr. Rekieta will respond with a 17 USC 512F action.
Oh, I like that. That's good.
Absent any proof of actual ownership of the in-court streams, your demand fails. Further, even assuming arguendo Law and Crime did possess a copyright in these streams, Mr. Rekieta's use is clearly fair use. Your other assertions are similarly baseless and not actionable. Should you be able to provide me with some proof that Law and Crime owns the in-court video, which seems unlikely. I will provide you with a more thorough fair use analysis showing why any infringement claim would still fail and why any DMCA takedown would still be actionable under 17 USC 512F. I trust that this resolves the matter. Should you have any additional questions or concerns, please feel free to contact me, Mr. Stephen Birch. So,
hey, send me Stephen's contact information offline if you can. Because
yeah, absolutely.
He
Absolutely.
seems like a pretty darn good attorney.
Yeah, I was impressed by that. I mean, I feel like Law and Crime just got a free legal education, and maybe they should report on their own schooling on this one.
Here's us being owned. Let's see. There's a couple super chats to pop in here. Eric Allen says, I missed this, but how is your commentary of the feed with thousands of dollars per hour of expertise included, not a transformation of the content their shared feed cameras produce?
Thank you.
Controlled by the court. Am I missing something big? No. Nope, you're not missing much of anything. That was one of the things Attorney Tom pointed out. In one of the video clips, he's like, look, they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lawyers on stream right now
who are not on Law and Crime.
Yuval Rishu Sanders says, thanks for the IP lessons, not to mention the entertainment. King Dude says, Andrew getting butt blasted on Twitter by Malice. You're not winning that fight, buddy. Lamau. Oh. Are you fighting with Michael Malice?
Well, I wouldn't call it fighting. I mean, he just fell over, but
Jason McConnell says, Law and Crime threw the mattress in the dumpster. Now it's time to take out the trash. Oh, no.
Thank you, swing.
Music and Fiction says, good evening, Nick. Hey, what's up, man? I believe that this letter effectively tells Law and Crime's Kathy Rimjob in no uncertain terms, and in the words of the dear departed Meatloaf song, Life is a Lemon, and you can shove it up your ass. #barbecue. Kayla says, technically can't Halderson claim copyright. He's the one making the content. Well, we're not talking about dinner.
Yeah, I don't think you can copyright a recipe. So
actually, you can't.
The
specific expression, but not the underlying
not the recipe
concept
itself. Yeah. I was at Walmart earlier. I took a picture of a 20-pound bag of ice. I said, preparing for a Midwest barbecue. The prosecution was so focused on the fact that he bought 20 whole pounds of ice to cool these two bodies, I guess. What the hell? John says state and city seals are also copyrighted. All sorts of copyrights can be owned by the state. This is how they were getting people on COVID docs. They were accusing people of violating CDC copyright by infringing the logo. Hey, there you go. Ponton21 says, if Poole owns the copyright, just ask him to settle it. Tim's pretty reasonable. I'm sure he'll be fine with you both sharing it. Mike Sullivan says, with regards to the comments in their chat's live streams, the letter they sent you is Exhibit A, proving the allegations about them are totally true and correct. Hats off to all you gents. Mike the Dad Crosby says, Long Crime can restroom this live stream if they want to display this takedown. Oh, I think he means restream, but it got auto-corrected to restroom. Kayla says, my foothole was gushing everywhere.
Hopefully that's also an autocorrect of some kind.
Okay, here we go. So this is the Rittenhouse order, and I'm not going to read the whole. This is an 8-page order. It covers a whole bunch of
But
trial
before you
stuff.
get into that, you mentioned my comment earlier on, I forget where I made it, Twitter or wherever, but if only Law and Crime had reached out to you and said, hey, we like your commentary. You add value to these trials. Would you like to be part of our programming? And they had compensated you appropriately. Presumably you'd say, that would be awesome. But instead they decided to be dicks about it.
Yeah. Or if they like, I mean, I don't know that I do it full time or whatever, but if they hired me to consult and pop in and talk
You'd
about
be open to a
things
proposition.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm always open to a proposition. Cynthia says, not sure who's the Karen in this dispute, but Naren and Carrick has a nice ring to it. Here we go. So this is the media. The final order regarding trial administration has a media section here from Bruce Schrader. So they got media seating, general restrictions, and then courtroom media coverage. This is the important section. This is Kyle Rittenhouse. And again, this is what this is where their butthurt began, was because they got blown out on Kyle Rittenhouse, and I was using their streams with some level of frequency for coverage. Which again, I think a lot of people found Law and Crime because of my coverage. Several people have mentioned that in comments. I don't know how many more people, silently did that, but there were a lot of people who got drawn into my stream who had not watched a second of the Rittenhouse case prior. But, people like Jack Posobiec and Tim Poole were retweeting it and getting lots of traction, especially that clip that Viva posted. And that brought people to the trial, which would then further be exposed to Law and Crime through the fact that they were, their logo was in the corner.
Yeah, listen, I can tell you, I had thousands of followers before that trial ever happened, but I also have thousands of people who've contacted me afterwards saying, we learned about you because you were on Nick Rekida's stream.
Oh, same here. And I mean, Law and Crime has a bunch, they've got a bunch of feeds at any given point. There's no way that we could, that even all of us working together to split up could possibly cover all the stuff that is going on in courtrooms.
Except our coverage is interesting and their coverage is stupid.
Their coverage is informational. It's documentary, and it's fine. Yeah. That's helpful, and people watch it. They watch a lot of it. Well, some trials they watch a lot of, and then others people don't watch a lot of. But
I mean, it is useful. It is for what they're doing. It's valuable, but it isn't the same as having lawyers explain it to you. I mean, especially on these cases where there's self-defense issues there, having, Mr. Branca on there explaining this, it's how much that would cost you outside of YouTube? If you wanted to say, yeah, hey, I want to pay you for 8 hours to sit and watch this trial with me and tell me what you think. You better be well-heeled if you want to do that. You just can't get that on their channel.
Stephen Ogle, I was mentioning this contemporaneous to the time. The reason that media organizations don't do what we did and why no one had ever seen it before is because it'd be way too expensive. to fund, and it'd be almost impossible to schedule. Because like, imagine what weirdo panel MSNBC would try and get. Like, how would they, any of them do it with their very busy professor schedules? How would they sit there on a live stream? They've got their tweed jackets to put on and to go sit in and walk through an adjunct professor class.
And if you get a real lawyer, sometimes these cases are boring, and the media needs, sex and violence and blood. And I have to be honest, a lot of these cases I consult on are, that was not self-defense, period. So it's not interesting from my perspective, but the media wants to play up the drama for obvious reasons. They don't want me as their expert guest. They want someone on there who's going to say, oh my God, and her skirt or whatever.
I don't know. I think No Tie Branca might make a good guest on some of those things to to make it interesting. What's up, Legal Bites? How you doing?
Hi.
She's there.
Hey, yeah, I know I realize it's been a while. I've had some people asking me if I'm mad at Nick Rekieta.
Someone came on my stream, was like, "Why isn't Legal Bites coming on anymore?" And I was like, "She's busy."
that is what it is. I was just explaining on Kurt's channel on Uncivil Law, because we were doing a live stream going over some Supreme Court arguments, and someone had asked there too, if like why I hadn't been on there for a while. And honestly, it's just like trying to manage my schedule and trying to like have some like healthy sleep habits nowadays, because the time difference is just so different here that it's just
you're
Joe
back.
Neerman
You're
would
back
never
home.
marry you.
Can we cut to like Nick's eyes and the bags there?
Well, I feel like that's me all the time too. Is like I feel I look at myself on stream and I'm like, well, I've got some baggy eyes right now. Like this is maybe not the best thing. But especially
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think that probably is why over Christmas I maybe got COVID. I mean, Omicron is everywhere, but why I got COVID and then got strep throat right after I came back home. It's probably because my immunity was pretty low, because I wasn't getting like any sleep for like 6 weeks, starting with the beginning of the Rittenhouse trial.
Yeah. That's how my life's been kind of since Rittenhouse. It's a madhouse. But so you're no longer stateside. You're back.
Right.
Okay. Well, I'm glad
Back.
you made it back safely.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I'm glad to have you here. So what I've got here, what we've got up on stream, is the Rittenhouse court administration order, the final order that controlled, importantly for our purposes, the courtroom media coverage. Because I assume you're somewhat familiar with the background of what's been going on with me and Law and Crime.
Oh yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So here we go. Pursuant to SCR 61.03 and sections 1 and 2, based on space limitation in the courtroom and the need to protect juror identity, 3 remote video cameras provided by Court TV will be permitted in the courtroom to be mounted in spots deemed acceptable by the judge. A switcher will be.
I didn't realize that Law and Crime Network was identifying as Court TV.
They're representing themselves as if they own that footage and are the creators of it. In fact, when I talked about the Theodore Edgecombe case, they implied that they were, because they were like, well, how are you streaming without your camera in the courtroom? I wanted to say, how are you guys are streaming without your camera in the courtroom? But a switcher will be permitted.
I know your wife.
In the back of the courtroom. The
Someone else's camera?
The cameras will be subject to any restrictions set by the court. All video media shall have access to and share the video received from the permitted cameras. In case of a disagreement among the media coordinator should consult with the judge for a determination about how to proceed. Unless otherwise prohibited by the court, live coverage of the trial shall be permitted except during jury selection. Neither Court TV nor any other media outlet will hold a copyright or any other intellectual property right for any of the raw footage from the cameras or transmission feed that is produced that would prevent any other media outlet or entity from using, broadcasting, or sharing the footage or any other free use thereof.
Retro.
Suck up.
Doesn't that also pretend if they're trying to claim a copyright? I'm just wondering, can the judge eliminate a copyright or just hold them in contempt?
I don't know.
'Cause
I don't know. Although presumably, it would almost seem to me like the acceptance of almost like an acceptance of the terms.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me. It's an agreement or an undertaking
I'll
that they
be
waive
right
the
back.
copyright.
Sorry.
All
Let's
right.
take all the subs.
I think this is shilling time. Does anyone have any books that they that people should read?
You could Get Hard. Law Self-Defense hardcover
Hey, there
at
you go.
lawselfdefense.com/get hard.
Nice.
I gotta
nice.
say, your course is hands down the best material I'd seen on the
Oh, were
topic
you
of
there?
self-defense. Yeah, I got in late. I gotta go back and rewatch the beginning, but just the stuff I saw, I was like, so many commentators on self-defense stuff miss all of this, like the critical details, because so many of them are like, here's how you win in a fight, and you'll totally be justified, and it'll be awesome because you're gonna beat this guy up.
Yeah, it's a
And
little more complicated than that.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Well, and I haven't watched it yet, but I know that I have the replay set up for the for the class. So I wasn't able to watch it because I was that's when I was really sick with strep throat. Yeah, I'm looking forward to listening to it this weekend.
By the way, if you two guys run out of your, because I think that access is limited for time, but if you run out, just let me know and just go to support.lawselfdefense.com. We'll send you the DVDs or online or whatever.
Oh, okay,
Awesome.
cool. Thank you. Yeah, sorry.
Not unique.
Oh, good. Summary of the issue: these damn kids.
Oh no.
It's my girls were having a fight and not sleeping.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So this is pretty straightforward. There, I don't know. I don't know exactly how the function of this works, but I would see it as basically, if you're going to sit there and stream the court footage, you don't get to claim copyright because you're basically saying I'm not going to. That's it by the court's order. And if you don't agree to that, then you can't stream the footage. So there you go. So were you lying to the court? Is that the angle you want to go with? If you try to claim copyright on this, you were lying to the court in doing that. So that's what happened. But they are, again, their whole point was that this was somehow their footage. It was not pooled. It was obviously pooled in this case.
Yeah.
By the specific order, it's pooled, and they disclaim copyright in it. So that's one issue. Now I'm going to pull up the next one, which is here is the Kim Potter order right here.
So the order that we just looked at was for which case?
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Okay.
So that was, and again, that's the one that they're actually mad about, or most mad about, because because
you did so well.
Yeah, I would think so. So here's the Kim Potter order granting AV coverage of the trial. There's some blah, blah, blah. Kim Potter didn't want to do it. She didn't want it broadcast. And the court decides that, the court recognized the defendant does not wish her trial to be televised and has objected to AV coverage on due process grounds. But too bad. It doesn't violate the right to a fair trial. So here's the order. And this is the most important part. We're seeing similar stuff here. Up to 3 video cameras may be installed in the trial courtroom, 1 in the back of the courtroom facing the witness stand, 1 on the wall behind the jury box, and 1 on or near the bench facing the lectern where counsel examines witnesses. After trial begins,
it's likely that law, what are they called? Law and
crime.
Law and crime?
Claw and rhyme.
Law and wine?
Lawn crime. They're
Law
going
and
to
wine
focus.
is, they probably filed motions to get access to the court in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And once they filed motions to get access, and the court said, all right, you can have access, but it's open access. That's the deal, the terms they accepted.
Yeah. Well, and the court knows that they're going to use use this access for their own profit. The
Right.
court doesn't have any problem with that.
And the
You're
court
going-
doesn't want 500 cameras in the
Right.
courtroom.
Which makes sense.
Exactly. Well, and I mentioned this on my stream a couple days ago when I first got the cease and desist. The reason the court doesn't want all of those cameras is the movie The Fugitive is based on a real case. And in that real case, the media pressured the court, and the court responded to prosecute the guy, the doctor, the husband of the slain woman.
Harrison Ford.
Yes, Harrison Ford specifically. They pressured.
It's actually a documentary.
And then it was such a salacious story that there were so many physical cameras and journalists in the courtroom that while the attorneys were examining and cross-examining witnesses, they were literally stepping over cameramen laying on the ground taking pictures in the courtroom. They were having to walk around cameras, step over people, and it was so disruptive to the court that it became the basis for a mistrial on appeal. And that guy was eventually found. It was mistrialed out, and I think it was basically dismissed with prejudice due to what happened to him. But part of the reason was how bad the media coverage was. So they've adopted this pooling scenario. They can now let everybody borrow from the same feed, and it's much more judicially or much more efficient.
Yeah.
In the courtroom, and it makes sense.
Well, and I mean, just imagine a witness. You're sitting there, standing there, and there's like 60 cameras pointed at you. How are you going to
just constantly shutter noises? Oh God.
like that poor guy who had the terrible haircut the other day, could you imagine him with like 60 cameras in his face with people each doing their own lighting and so forth?
Yeah.
Like,
the very timid
college.
witness. Yeah, it was a mess. But here again, we see, and this is the one thing that is definitely common in all of these orders. The judges are telling them where the cameras can be and what the cameras can look at, because it can't look at a jury box. Can't do it, according to the court. And so they have to go ahead and tell them what their cameras can show, which takes away the creative elements that would be required for developing an original work. So after trial begins, cameras will not be moved from fixed positions. They'll be installed and operated by a single media organization, the pool producer. Weird.
What a weird choice of words. Like, that's a strange thing to call it.
Yeah.
Why would they call it that?
Selected by the court that is experienced in televising court proceedings, the pool producer will also be responsible for producing a single transmission feed to the court for use in the overflow courtrooms and to media outlets for recording, broadcasting, and live streaming. The pool producer will not be compensated for its operation of the cameras and production of the single transmission feed. Neither the pool producer nor any media outlet will hold a copyright or any other intellectual property right for any of the raw footage from cameras or the single transmission feed that is produced that would prevent any other media outlet or entity from using, broadcasting, or sharing the footage or any other free use thereof. So again, there we go. The two longest trials I have covered are these two. And in both of these, it's not only pool produced, but copyright is disclaimed by the court.
I also like that they note at the end of the paragraph, I was just reading ahead a little bit, that they will provide a YouTube-ready version of the single transmission feed for the Minnesota Judicial Branch to use as it wishes.
Yep.
So they're even contemplating YouTube in this.
Yeah.
And it's not like this was an oversight. They know YouTube exists.
And my question when this whole controversy kind of started up and they were talking about how the court made a distinction between streaming onto social media platforms versus just broadcasting in general, why would the court care about the difference between the two? Why? Right? Because the court ultimately cares about the proceedings not being interrupted and ultimately, having a case that is not going to be disrupted on, or appealed, or you know what I mean? Like it seems like a distinction without a difference as far as the court's concerned.
Yeah, I don't think the court cares at all. What they want is they want to run the case and similarly respect the press's right of access and transparency.
Exactly.
Hey, what's up, Kurt?
Hi.
How you doing, buddy?
Irritated.
What are you irritated by?
Bad Scottish law.
his brain kind of exploded earlier on his stream. It was really funny.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
Boston's arguments left something to be desired.
Whose arguments?
Boston.
The
city
city
of Boston.
Yeah.
There was a flagpole case about where they have a program where they allow people to apply to have certain flags be raised at City Hall, and then they made a bright line rule that if your flag is offensive, we won't do it, and if your flag is religious in nature, we won't do it. But then it turned out that they were like, well, you can fly the same flag, just don't call it a Christian flag. But it can be the same thing, and it can have Christian elements on it, and basically be exactly that. Just don't call it that on the form. So it's an establishment clause issue apparently. Anyway,
yeah,
totally different.
So it sounds like what is to be desired is scotch as a result of that.
That is what he was doing.
You know what? I need to check this real quick. Wisconsin. SCR 61.03. Since we've now got this Wisconsin court system 61.03, equipment and personnel. Okay, so they've referenced this now a couple times. So this is the Supreme Court Rules of Wisconsin 61.03. Except as otherwise provided in subdivision 2, 3 television cameras, each operated by one person, and 3 still photographers, each not using not more than 2 cameras, are authorized in any court proceeding. Priority consideration shall be extended to one of the 3 cameras to televise an entire proceeding from beginning to end. The trial judge may authorize additional cameras or persons at the request of the media coordinator, or may limit the number of the cameras if the circumstances permit the increase or required limitation. One audio system for radio broadcast purposes is authorized in any court proceeding. Audio pickup for all media purposes shall be made through any existing audio system in the court facility, if practical. If no suitable system exists, microphones and related wiring shall be as unobtrusive as possible. Media coordinator shall be responsible for receiving requests to engage in the activities. So this is interesting. Hold on. It's almost so. There's an actual
it says
rules governing
by
electronic
one
media,
person, which means that there's only one person making any sort of decision at all.
Yeah. So I'm gonna see what they have around here: conferences, recesses, official court record, resolution of disputes, prohibition of photography and the request of participant, inapplicability to individuals, use of material for advertising prohibited. Let's see. So jurors may not be photographed. Let's see.
So you can't use the footage for like Rittenhouse coffee or something.
Notwithstanding any film, videotape, photography, or audio reproduction made in a court proceeding as a result of this chapter, the official court record of the proceeding is a transcript of the verbatim court record of the court reporter. Okay. I didn't know if it would have anything specific about who owns any of this.
No, but the fact you have one person in control, they're the only person who can make decisions. They're the only person that has a creative aspect. So
yeah, it's just the Rittenhouse order was very thorough, and the next 2 orders, Edgecombe and Halderson, aren't as thorough. So I was curious if the rules said anything specific. That was because all of these are Wisconsin cases.
Right.
The Wisconsin Freedom of Information Council shall designate for each judicial administrative district a coordinator who shall work with the chief judge in implementing this chapter. Geographically large judicial administrative districts shall be subdivided. If possible, the trial judge shall be given notice at least 3 days in advance of the intention of the media to bring cameras or recording equipment to the courtroom in the discretion of the trial judge. This rule may be waived if cause for the waiver is demonstrated. So, okay, so then that's there. But it does say, yes, it is controlled by one person. 3 television cameras, each operated by one person, 3 still photographers, each using not more than 2 cameras, are authorized in any court proceeding. So there's that. But back to this. This is Chandler Halderson, the next case that I was covering, and specifically the case that they complained about my coverage of. in their letter. So the video cameras will be permitted access to the media room adjacent to courtroom 7D. These cameras will be subject to any restrictions set by the court. Because it is limited space, no more than 3 video cameras may be used at one time. Media is encouraged to cooperate in the video process, as no additional cameras, still or video, will be permitted within the courtroom. These cameras may be used to capture images of counsel, the defendant, counsel tables, the witness stand and witness screen upon which exhibits are shown to the jury, the bench, the well of the courtroom between the bench, counsel tables, and the jury box, as well as a general view of the courtroom from the counsel tables to witness stand. No image of the courtroom or any space within shall capture images of members of the public attending the trial such that their identity could be determined. No camera shall take any close-up of counsel table such that any detail of any written document or photograph can be identified based upon the witness list. There is no restriction regarding showing faces of any witness during their testimony. It should not capture broadcast the jurors' faces. Particular care must be exercised the day of jury selection. Media are prohibited from beginning any recording until the entire jury panel is seated. If it becomes necessary to excuse jurors, the media are to focus their cameras on a neutral place within the courtroom so the jurors are not recorded. Further, once a new juror is called from the gallery, the camera must remain focused on a neutral space. As determined by the court in response to pretrial motions on the subject, the live stream of the court proceedings are not to include anything which occurs in the courtroom but outside of the jury's presence. Whenever the jury is excused from the courtroom, the video feed to any live stream shall be stopped. So again, this is just going to the question of, does Law and Crime own any of this? Because even if they are operating the cameras, which I don't believe they are in this case either, they're not making any editorial decisions at all. They're not creating a work. The court is.
Right.
To ensure that the jury is not exposed. Once the jury is reseated, the live stream may resume. Media shall not record or live stream an image that shows the face of the jury during entry and exit. Should the court engage in individual voir dire, blah, 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 blah. None of that will be permitted. Use of such equipment carries too much potential to be detrimental. Okay, blah, blah, blah. So same thing here, this is Wisconsin's rules, right? 3 cameras, 3 video cameras, 2 still media cameras. And they're encouraged to cooperate. And the Chandler Halderson trial, Channel 3000 and Law and Crime had the exact same footage throughout the entire trial, the exact same time. They're clearly using a pooled feed, which just goes to show my annoyance that they would. I don't know why they would do this. Like, why they would represent specifically that they're not using a pooled feed when they obviously are. That I don't get the stupidity. Well, I shouldn't say I don't get the stupidity of something a lawyer writes, because sometimes it just happens.
That's true.
But here's the last one, the last order. Just again, to be thorough, this is Theodore Edgecombe. This is the current one. And I have only used a tiny amount of Law and Crime's footage of Theodore Edgecombe, and then it was shut off by Law and Crime, and everybody's feeds went down, and all of the social media feeds were taken off, and they're only available on websites. Law and Crime's website and Fox 6 Milwaukee's website have it. I don't know if anybody else's does. And this is where Law and Crime was bitching at me for violating a court order. And I will show that not only was it obvious that I couldn't violate a court order that I wasn't under, but the court order wouldn't apply to me anyway, because a court order specifically doesn't apply to me. Not me by name, but we'll see. We'll see. So here's the audio video. Again, 1 audio video camera permitted in the courtroom on behalf of all media, which will be stationary at a location designed by the court or designated by court. The media will be allowed to transmit a pooled live audio-visual feed from the courtroom. Equipment must remain silent at times while the court is in session. All audio-video equipment allowed to be in the courtroom must be powered off and not recording or transmitting when the court is not in session. Shall not be recording unless a videographer is present to operate it. No recording or filming of jurors at any time. No filming of the gallery. No recording of the defendant in the courtroom unless the case is called on the record and the defendant is seated at counsel table. No recording of the defendant at any time while being escorted or transported by personnel of the sheriff's office. And then we get down to live stream. Portions of voir dire may be live streamed on DACast. I don't know what DACast is. Live streaming by local media outlets is not permitted without permission of the court. So again, this idea that I am somehow violating this, I'm not a local media outlet.
Yeah, and it doesn't say anything about social media. It just
Right.
says by whom.
Right. So secondary screen. Oh, this is about security. So there we go. I mean, this is it. They've flatly lied about this whole saying that the majority of usage that I did was not pooled content, when basically all of it is pooled content, which was obvious from the start. But that's the approach that they took.
Well,
And
to
then
quote the great philosopher Joe Bluth from Arrested Development, lawyers lawyer is Latin for liar.
Yes.
Well, so there you go.
Traditional media lie? Who could have imagined?
And the other problem with this is well, I mean, what was I going to say? It doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter. In at least 2 of the cases, they specifically don't own a copyright. In the other 2 cases, whatever copyright they may claim to own is exceedingly weak and very ripe for any sort of transformative purpose. If it even needs a transformative purpose, I'm not sure that it would, because it's just a bare recitation of facts. So I don't know. Kurt, do you have any contrary opinion on that? You're an IP guy. You know, I'm barely.
Yeah. No, you basically have it right. The issues are whether or not Law and Crime can be said to be the author of anything. And the fact that they have a shared feed with one person in the room, that one person, to the extent that anyone could be said to be making decisions other than the judge, which is a huge issue, because the judge themselves is saying where you can aim things and where you can shoot things and so forth and so on. So to the extent anyone else could theoretically be said to be making decisions, it would be that one operator who would be making the creative decisions. So the copyright, to the extent any could exist, would exist at that point. But it's an underlying factual work. So it's a very thin copyright if one exists. And then you have this shared aspect. And on top of that, you're offering creative commentary. So I think Law and Crime is basically have their head up their ass, all things considered.
I mean, I've looked a lot at this, because, you know, you get a legal threat and you've got somebody laying out their idea of what you got to look at it and look into it.
My questions for Law and Crime are very simple. Where is your creativity? Where is your point of authorship? And they said at least in their cease and desist, they don't do a joint stream, which seems clearly lied by the various orders we've read. So there's that. And even if we can assume it's Law and Crime's guy who's operating the camera, it's subject to the judge's orders about where to shoot things. It's an underlying factual work. It's a shared stream. I mean, they have their head mostly up their ass.
Yeah. So I want to here, let me make myself big for this, because I want to get this point across really clear. To Law and Crime, with all due respect, fuck you. There we go. Just want to say that.
And then if we need a fair use analysis on top of it, you've got the educational purpose. You've got a fundamentally transformative aspect. You've got commentary, critique, fundamental fair use purposes on top of that.
Yeah.
It doesn't replace the underlying work, as people in the stream repeatedly complain about.
Yes.
Because, geez, stop talking, you asshole. Yep. And you say, no, I'm going to keep talking. If you want the original, go there. I mean, how much proof do you need that you're not a replacement or a substitute, other than your own chat telling you to stop the fuck talking because they want to listen to the original stream? It's so fucking disruptive. I mean, it's pretty transformative, it seems to me.
Yeah. I would think so. I would think so. So that's the issue, guys.
How's that for some IP analysis for your day?
I like it. I appreciate it. Well, see that, and see, as we all know, we have our various areas where we know more or less about law, because that's where we go. So I know you do IP, and I very much
also they can't sue you until they actually register the copyright, which will be hilarious.
Yeah, that would be there
was a Supreme Court decision about that a couple of years ago. They literally cannot sue you until they file the copyright notice.
Well,
so they have a to the extent they have any copyright, which is well in dispute. To the extent they have any, it was existing in the moment of fixation, but they can't actually sue you until they actually get the registration from the Copyright Office. So let us know when that happens, like 6 months from now, you assholes.
Well, and of course
6 months will be quick.
Would you actually want to file that as well? Like, hey, I'm filing a claim that we have a valid copyright on this. I wouldn't want to put that in writing.
The copyright is retroactive for the comments, but you have to file it and you have to wait for the government to get around to it, and it takes a long time.
So of course, the problem with all of this, the mechanical problem, because we have the law, the practical aspects of the law, and then we have this mechanical system, is what I'll call it, through YouTube, in which all of this is moderated by a third party, and that third party has a procedure. And this is where my concern comes in, and which is where I fully expect some sort of action on behalf of law and crime in the near future.
Oh, sure.
Is that they likely will file some sort of either DMCA takedown or a copyright claim on some of these videos. But if they do that, law and crime, I just want to let you know that the past couple months of content every single day have had significant income attached to them. And every single day that's down becomes additional damages that I can easily prove.
Also me.
Yep.
For me too.
Yeah, actually, not to put too fine a point on it, but any of us could theoretically put a claim there too as well, because we're all, by contributing and adding our labor, we are all contributing to your stream.
And for me in particular,
and because we have no
grip
contract,
actual
right?
product.
We're all joint ownership of the work under contract law. So you're actually all infringing with all of our monetization collectively. So fuck you.
I mean, I could show my subscriber tally.
Also, I'm suing you for contribution.
Bit.
I want my share.
It's coming. It's coming in the mail. Sniff all the packages first.
When the check doesn't get there, you'll know it's from Nick.
But no, this is part of the problem, is that we have this amazing system that YouTube has created, which has its pitfalls and its benefits. And one of the benefits for the creator is we can very easily track. I can tell from every single day that I am live streaming exactly how much money comes in from those live streams to the dollar. And I can prove out those damages. I can show exactly what it will cost. So if you knock out my channel for a week, I've got the thing. Plus there's opportunity costs in there. Plus there's attorney's fees. And plus there would be potential lost opportunity costs for, new subscribers or other content and all of that
sponsorships.
shit. Yeah. And
I'm
so
I will get the last 20 subs. 20 subs.
You got 20 left?
Yeah.
Okay, come on, guys. Subscribe to Uncivil.
20 people. Uncivil Law.
Yes,
he's in the description. He's 20 people away from 50,000. Let's get him over that. Let's get him over that hurdle.
Mosquito dust off your fingers and sign up.
If you sign up for Uncivil, Nick will let you ride on the boat that he buys with the money from
with Law and Crime's money.
All 50,000 people.
I don't know if it'd be a yacht, but it's at least a yurt, right? I don't know
this
about
is not
boat.
a legally binding promise.
Officer Void in the world.
It's yeah, that would be good. That would be, I don't even want a boat, but I would buy one and call it the Law and Crime and sink it.
It doesn't have to be much of a boat. You could just put a cardboard box on the sea and call it
the Law and Crime reef.
The Law and Crime boat.
A series of toilet paper rolls, used toilet paper rolls. Is called
Are you at 50K? It looks like you're at 50K according to the chat.
Excellent. Well, thank you for the rest. Thank you for the chat for everyone, and thank you for helping me cross that bulwark. Let me just double check my numbers here before I get too excited.
A yurt is a tent, you fucking idiot. Thank you.
Yes, I picked up 300 subs in the last 5 seconds. So yay!
Yeah,
Awesome.
That's
So
awesome.
I'm at 50.2.
Well, congratulations, buddy. Very much appreciate
Well
it.
No, it's been a lot of fun. It's been 2 years. It's been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed it. And as I was telling Legal Bites earlier, one of the best parts is getting to know all of you and having people I can talk to about this subject I love.
Oh, absolutely.
That's
Wait, you
yeah.
love the subject of the law? Oh,
A
God.
little bit,
Kurt,
yes.
like talking about
even
Kurt.
even when it causes his brain to maybe have minor and major
Even when the city of
aneurysms.
Boston says something so monumentally stupid that it might be one of the most legendary reactions I've ever had on my channel. If law clips doesn't clip that, I'll be monumentally disappointed because it was pretty epic.
He literally got up from his chair, went into the other room, and screamed. I'm assuming into a pillow, but you could hear him screaming from the other room. It was great. It was really great.
Belandra says, do you even have a body of water large enough for a boat in Minnesota? Yes, it's the land of 10,000 lakes, Lake Superiors in Minnesota. If you want to get down to it, it's one of the largest lakes on the planet. Yeah, we have plenty of lakes. We have plenty of lakes nearby. I live right by Green Lake. Green Lake is a wonderful fishing spot in Minnesota. And
You're
the
gonna get
governor.
doxxed. Just
Oh,
kidding.
people know I live in Spicer. That's the only thing in Spicer is Green Lake.
If this ever does go to depositions, will you make sure that your lawyer asks them how far their head is up their ass? Because I'd like to get that on the record.
So Nick, you
neck,
mentioned
chin.
Spicer just now, and of course you said I wouldn't have mentioned it, but you sent me your address for the mug
Right.
that I'm sending you. But I never heard of Spicer, so I put it on Google Maps, and I had to like expand. Holy shit, there's Milwaukee. Expand. Oh my God, there's like Sturgis, South Dakota. Holy shit, you really are in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Middle of nowhere. Yep. It's great. It's wonderful. It's peaceful and quiet, and it doesn't smell bad. Because see, I went to college in the middle of nowhere in Marshall, Minnesota, but there are no trees. And so the wind is just whipping across the ground because it's completely flat. And then the other problem is there's an ethanol plant nearby, and it smells like shit all the time. God, I hate Marshall. What a shitty town. What a
Like
terrible place to spend 4 years. Ugh. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'm a fan of ethanol, but they're probably not talking the drinking kind.
No, it's the shitty state mandated gas percentage kind. And that
is break even at best, and even that's debatable.
Yes, and it's also significantly more dangerous than gasoline because it's way more flammable and much harder to extinguish. I think it's like 50 it's like 50 gallons of water to 1 on extinguishing an ethanol fire versus a gas fire. And by the way, extinguishing a gas fire with water is already really challenging. An ethanol fire takes 50 times as much water to do it because of the nature of how it reacts. It's not.
How well does it stick to children, though?
Depends on
not
how
as
quick
well.
they run.
Not as well as you got to mix it with like some Tide or something to get that nice tangible paste feel, right? of the napalm. Stephen Oglesby says, "What a beautiful way for your lawyer to respond to their threats with a big 'I doubt it.'" Lol. Kayla says, in Chandler's police video, he says he has a foot hole. Yes, he did, which is a small scrape on the bottom of his foot. Sorry, I swear I'm not a weirdo. No, I know. I thought more people would get the reference. Yeah, he said he was bleeding profusely from the foot hole, and then they showed a picture of it as this tiny scrape on his toe. It's like, oh yeah, that definitely wasn't from you hacksawing through your parents' limbs. It was certainly from your little tiny poke on your foot.
Boy.
Did you see the parent eater case, Legal Bites?
I know the basic facts about it. I haven't actually watched the proceedings. I know it ended already, but
he was shockingly found guilty on all counts. It's a miracle.
Very, very surprisingly
Apparently
quickly.
took the jury more than 2 hours, though. I'm not sure what they were talking about.
No, less than 2 hours. It was less than 2 hours.
Yeah.
And one of those hours was lunch. To be very clear, one of the hours was their lunch. So, yeah. The most interesting part of the closing arguments was the prosecution in their rebuttal accused defense counsel overtly of lying, and worse, in my opinion, accused defense counsel of asking the jury to lie on behalf of the defendant, which was which got objected to, and then the judge scrambled really hard to say that he did not say those specific words that he had literally just said.
Oh boy.
It was uncomfortable.
Oh boy.
Ryan Clark says, Nick, I'm always open to a proposition. Also, Nick, $50 is $50. The bot says it warms the heart knowing these shy threads have to wallow in their misery for picking a fight for the wrong person. By the way, guys, our GoFundMe is now in its 3rd week, and we are signing the new lease on Tuesday. Please check it out. Oh, cool. The bots has a GoFundMe saving a local video game store that's been around forever. So that's cool. Or
Nice.
vintage game store, whatever, it's some sort of game store. El Rojo Grande says, after I got quarantined and was off work and could actually watch the Rittenhouse coverage instead of just listening to it, I was like, wait, they have 2 female lawyers? The other female must not talk much. Then Runkle spoke. Aww.
Oh no.
Rude. Narso says, have you ever invited Lawful Masses Leonard French? I have not ever talked to Leonard French. Says, not sure if you have any history, but he is a YouTube copyright lawyer, and though he would be entertaining to have on for this copyright claim.
Yeah, I did the first half of my career kind of on YouTube with Leonard French. It's how I got my start. He's a good friend of mine. We did a lot of collaborations back together in the day. So yeah, I'd recommend checking out Lawful Masses with Leonard French. Yeah, he's how I got my inspiration really to start YouTube and start my channel. So you can blame him for this.
I've often sent people to his videos on copyright issues, and there are a couple where there was one that I disagreed with him on the Thunderfoot issue. Thunderfoot had a copyright issue with a photographer. I disagreed with Leonard French, but when people asked me about it, I said, hey, that guy's the IP specialist. I have a different opinion, and here's the basis for my opinion, but you probably should definitely listen to his opinion and consider them where you fall on it. But this is the guy with a specialty. So
he met his wife through his channel, so it gives me hope.
But do you want to meet his wife?
No, let's try again.
But yeah, Leonard's a smart guy, knows his stuff on copyright, has been doing YouTube for quite a while, and people should definitely check him out. I've never actually spoken with him, but I hear he's nice.
I stayed at his house.
Guys, it's midnight my time. That's my time limit. I gotta go.
Oh, you're gonna turn into a pumpkin.
Seeing all of you. Hope to see you all again soon, and stay safe until then. Take care.
See you later, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Peace.
See ya.
Okay. True Anana Shabada Bad Pressure Bad Calf Care says, Branca, I love you, but Malice is a national treasure. Question mark says, Your Honor, maritime bird lawyer here. How can any single outlet have exclusive broadcasting rights to proceedings in U.S. court of law? I'm not sure that any. Actually, I would be surprised if any corporate entity could functionally get that exclusivity from the courts. I think you would have a First Amendment claim for any media corporation or any media outlet at all, individual up to corporation, who wanted to have access to an open court proceeding, that they would have a First Amendment claim that would at least force, if one did not exist, a pooled feed. I don't know how the court, how the government could do that without infringing upon the rights of the press, of a free press. Personally, luckily that has not happened in any of these cases where that would need to be an asserted right of any sort, because these have been controlled by orders of the court, which recognize already that there is a freedom of the press and there is an equal access right to this stuff. And so they've tried to work around that. What Law and Crime is doing, by the way, is they're trying to coast through on some of these where there isn't specific language disclaiming their copyright, suggesting that they might have some ownership interest. They're trying to skirt past that whole idea that this is quintessentially a First Amendment issue. And they're trying to subvert that through copyright and say that they own something that they're not creating, have no creative say in, and similarly would be trying to restrict another media outlet from having access to it. So it's very weird. Stuff and Things says, Law and Crime complains about your chat being mean. I'm assuming they haven't seen how we treat uncivil law and backseat logic.
Yeah, the stuff they say about me, if they only said that about you guys, then yeah, my pain.
Oh, they some days they love me, other times it's every other day. Toxicity says, could Law and Crime be making the idiotic claim that the VODs of Halderson you watched on delay are copywritten because they selected the way to cut and edit them? They could try, except they didn't actually cut and edit any aspect of them. They start and then they stop. That's all they did. Oh, I guess there were some where there were individual interviews, except on those, their argument gets significantly weakened because I didn't use the full portion of the work. I would only watch specific interviews, and the way they cut them out, since they didn't cut them out into like a continuum of a single witness, they would have multiple witnesses on the same stream. I'm actually substantially editing down the amount of coverage that I use. So one of their biggest claims that I'm using the whole work on some of these live streams is diminished severely on those video replays.
At the risk of stating the obvious to Law and Crime, it seems like the answer is fairly obvious. If you're upset that Nick is getting so many more views than you, there is no protection in ideas in copyright. Right. So why don't you just steal Nick's idea of having commentary? You could have your own commentators with hookers and blackjack. It would be great. And maybe you can outcompete Nick by having even better commentators who provide even more interesting commentary.
Or try to work with Nick. Make him an offer. With Nick.
Just hire your own 6 or 7 lawyers to appear and do commentary. I'm sure you'll get right on that.
Yeah, I mean, Nick managed to con all of us by not paying any of us. So, I'm sure you guys can figure out something. Lord have mercy.
But see, and this goes to quintessentially misunderstanding who I am in all of this from Law and Crime, right? I want people to do things and fully expect them to do them better than me. All the time. I want Law and Crime to be successful. I want people to be able to access this stuff. I want cameras in every single courtroom. I want a live stream of every single trial. I want all courts on the same page. I want to open the doors to Law and Crime's coverage. I want them to be grabbing live streams from court feeds all over the country and broadcasting. I want Law and Crime Network channel like triple K, right? I think that would be perfect. Law and Crime KKK to have their feed, and further Law and Crime triple X for like the Mercedes Carrera case that's coming up. I want all, in the Ron Jeremy case, I want all of those things. If they would partner with me on at least the advocacy parts of this, rather than being little bitter bitches about it, we could get together and get more people aware of what's going on. The Rittenhouse was such an opportunity.
I mean, you really think this asshole has some sort of magical formula that you can't replicate? Really?
Well, I do. I'm not afraid of being offensive. Law and Crime.
We all know that.
And they have corporations that would kill everything in the bureaucracy, but that's their problem.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think the creator of Mediaite and the Mary Sue might have political differences to me. Maybe
but, 1 or 2.
But it shouldn't matter, because the ultimate quest that I am on with regards to courtroom coverage would only benefit Law and Crime. It would allow anybody to grab these feeds directly from the court and then broadcast them to the world so that everybody has access to every trial, no matter how stupidly small, outside of, obviously, if there's a case involving a minor that's very sensitive, a court could restrict, particularly, as they already do, right? Public hearings are restricted when there's a minor involved in a criminal sexual contact case or something like that. They already say, okay, no, nobody else can come in. This is closed proceedings. But outside of that, stream everything. Put it all up there. We have massive multi-billion to even multi-trillion-dollar corporations like Google providing the infrastructure that the government doesn't have to pay for. All they have to do is buy a couple webcams and the audio systems that are already in the courtrooms, and then just pipe it out to a source that anybody can grab, and everybody else will do the work. And nobody needs to worry about it. We live in a magical age, and all we have to do is convince the court to jump ahead a decade from where they are, and they'll be there with us. But instead, Law and Crime's like, no, I own it. No, you don't.
Well, the thing too is that, like, if anything, they should be looking at what happened during Rittenhouse as a really, really good thing, because now you have a bunch of people that, because of the live stream on this channel, that people were like, I had really not much particular interest in watching trials, but this was so entertaining, and I'm so interested now. I'm so inspired to watch more stuff like this, that they're, now familiar with Law and Crime Network, and then they may want to actually watch some of these other live stream trials. So it's ridiculous. They should see the benefits of that.
Yeah, 350,000 subscribers who have an interest in watching trial stuff. Like, you're creating a market that they can profit from if they were able to take off the extra padded helmet that they're wearing and, actually go out there and offer some content that isn't just, we have somebody else set up a camera and we just also show you the stuff on it. Like, add value, because theoretically an infinite number of people can compete with this notion of just taking a shared pool and putting it up there. You're always going to end up losing because somebody else can rebroadcast that, or get in on the pool or whatever else they're going to do. So adding value is the way of the future. And I don't know why they're,
I'm fully convinced that a well-resourced media corporation could do it better. I don't think they want to take the risk. I don't think they want to hire attorneys to sit around for hours and hours and go through this, because it'd be exceedingly expensive.
Platinum?
What?
Runkle?
That is their celebratory blend.
Okay. Carry on.
Johnny Walker?
Yeah. It's not my favorite, but I got given it as a gift, and it's entirely drinkable. So Johnny Walker is very drinkable. The only problem is that Johnny Walker Blue is overpriced.
It is massively overpriced. I don't know if the green is still made this way, but it used to be the only one that wasn't made with a base whiskey. So it wasn't a blended, it was technically a vatted malt. I don't know if it's still that way, but I did like it when they used to be made that way for the green label.
Yeah, I think I've only had the green label once. It was fine. I prefer the Johnny Black. When I go to a bar, that's a lot of times what I'll get, because when you live in the middle of nowhere, as Andrew Branca so lovingly described my beautiful
You are in the middle of nowhere. I've been there.
But when you're here, if you go to a bar, which I don't often go to a bar to drink, I have plenty of drinks at home, which is fine. But if you go to a bar to get a drink and you try and buy like a nicer bottle of something, it may have been sitting there a while, opened in the light, and you get it, and it's like, oh, I just paid like $25 for this drink, and it's skunky and nasty. No, the Johnny Black is always fresh in a small town. Pro tip. So is the Bullet.
Nice.
Black, the Bullet, good choices. Okay, let's see. Interact 9 says, Nick, my son is 1 year old next week. Never thought I wanted kids, but folks like you and Sargon got me on the path to changing my mind. Thanks for what it's worth. Hey, congratulations, buddy. Enjoy it. They're those first couple years as they grow and change into like a people from like a little crying lump or whatever are so cool. And then they become little jerks, which is great also, because they get that from you.
I was gonna say, you can teach them to misbehave.
Automata says, from here on out, I'd like to see people opposing Law and Crime's requests to the courts, citing their current behavior in response to rebroadcasts. At the very least, unless they agree with the court, that they won't do this. Well, I mean, I would hope. I mean, obviously, this isn't going to have any impact on how courts react in general, but I hope more courts start taking the approach of the Potter Court and the Rittenhouse Court, where they make it very clear in their orders that, yeah, you don't own any of this because this is public. The whole point of court transparency. This is funny. I was accused of people when I did my rant about court transparency. They're like, "Oh, you just want to live stream to grift and take money from." It's like, yes, I mean that is part of it, but it's also the underlying principle. But the funny thing here is law and crime is literally just yes, not the underlying principle. They don't want to share it. They want to have exclusivity over it. And I think that's ridiculous. I would never purport to do that with the court.
Also, just want to point out that if you are providing a service, there's absolutely nothing wrong with wanting to get paid for providing that service. So the whole idea that like, oh, you're just grifting, like, I'm sorry, you're providing a service, and if you weren't, then people wouldn't watch.
Right.
So
and if
you also have a right to get paid for that.
And if the less opportunities we have to get paid, the less content we can create. I mean, frankly, because you have to eat, and so you have to get money somewhere. And if you can't get paid doing this, then you got to get paid doing something else, and then do this as a hobby, and then that shifts. Yes, I see from the chat several people saying David Pakman streamed the entire trial through Law and Crime's feeds as well. He was using their feeds, and I'm very curious if they tolerated his infringement or if he paid the license fee, which according to the chat, I don't know if this is true, but according to the chat, Law and Crime told Sword and Scale on a podcast that they would license their court footage out for $500 per minute.
What?
Nothing they have ever done collectively and all as a group is worth $500 per minute. You could get everybody in Law and Crime and hire them to shovel your walk. And I'd expect it to cost.
I can think of some things that you could do, and even those things wouldn't be $500 a minute.
Yeah, no, that's
this is why lawyers have a terrible name.
That's $20.
Yeah, it's
like I'm sorry, maybe $500 per hour. That's at least like a bill. I mean, that's a heavy billable rate, but that's at least a billable rate.
Well, look, I've seen Law and Crime's. I've seen Law and Crime's numbers, their stats, and their views and stuff like that. I have not looked at their super chats, but I imagine they're very minimal because they have no interactivity on these streams.
Super chats,
but some people they have the super chat option there. People presumably could give some nominal amounts, but look, going off of what kind of advertising rates I get, which is the similar type of content, and then the view numbers, they're not making $500 a stream on their YouTube channel. Their YouTube channel is an advertising arm for their website where they have paid membership access, and it starts at like $2 a month or something like that. But yeah, there's no way they're pulling any real kind of income in on these. And I think that's maybe what's bothering them also, is that they don't make a ton. But you're trying to monetize live streams on YouTube through like ad revenue? You're not going to do it. That's the whole point of super chats, and that's why they created the system of super chats, is so that live streamers could actually make money and do this, because you can't on ad revenue on streams. It does not work. I think on the Rittenhouse streams that got 1 million views, I think I made less than $100 of ad revenue on any of them.
How'd you do on the super chats?
Really, really well.
Much better.
How much have I seen?
Hopefully quite a bit. Hopefully
you're seeing it right now.
Well, that's to be fair to Nick. Yes, we've all seen a lot of growth. So there is. Yeah, we were in fact paid with exposure, and it did in fact pay off. So not too bad.
Yeah, I got no beef. I got paid in exposure, and it was great exposure, and it was well worth it. And yeah.
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
Sword and Scale. Look at that super chat.
How you doing, Mike? How you doing, Mike? Mike says, Sword and Scale says, hey, how about having a dumb true crime podcaster sit in the chat and cover a case with all these legal experts? Maybe a cool way to bring in the dumb masses as an audience. Just a thought. I could connect you with some peeps. Also, it was Court TV, not Law and Crime, that wanted to charge us that ridiculous price. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, because again, that's I've tried to be very clear. That was according to the chat, so I didn't know. But thank you, Mike, for clearing that up. That's insane. That is insane. That
and he
Court
just bought
TV
he just bought you a minute of time.
Bought me a minute. I'll turn
1
around.
minute from Court TV.
Mike, I've been meaning to reach out to you, buddy, because one, we should talk about some stuff, and there are some ripe true crime type cases that I think we could certainly make some good stuff on if you'd be interested. So, and I'm curious if you followed the Chandler Halderson thing, and I need an official rule. Mike, you don't have to super chat me, please. Just tag me on this one. Did Chandler take a bite? Did Chandler take a bite of his parents? I gotta know. Did he take a little nibble as he was hacking them up and distributing their body across Wisconsin? I need an official ruling on this. Please tell me. Okay.
On the plus side, Chandler Halderson is literally defamation proof at this point. So say whatever the fuck you want. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that guy. I had to couch my statements about Kat though, because I'm pretty sure she ate the parents too, but I can't prove it. So it's a joke, Kat. That's a joke. It's opinion commentary. He says he needs to do further research. So we should talk about it. I think she had to be in on that on some level. I do not buy that she was just this doe-eyed idiot running around.
I buy it. People can be pretty stupid.
I think she knew about a lot of his lies, and they way undersold what she knew about in court. I think maybe she didn't know about the killing, and maybe she didn't participate in the dismemberment or whatever, but I think she knew about the lies leading up to all of it. I don't buy for a minute that she thought he
I've
had
half a bottle of liquor and I'm tired. I'm going to bed. I'll talk to you later.
Later, buddy. Congrats on 50K.
Oh, okay.
He's just like, I got to get out of here before somebody gets sued.
All right. Well, Wolfgang Deo says, obviously those are restrictions, and Flaw and Cringe has to creatively create their content through a pipe, not pool. And then the narrative they display the info through. Hashtag I stand with Tom. Now pay up, you IP failure. Yippee-ki-yay. Well, you can't stand with Tom. If you stand with Tom, you'll tower over him. It's really, you got to sit with Tom, kneel with Tom, or lay down with Tom.
I have a question. Where did
Nobody
this start?
lays down with Tom.
The whole like you're short, he's short kind of thing.
He started it. I did nothing.
Have you guys met in person?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you guys are like about the same height.
No, Tom's way shorter than me. I'm not saying this is a joke. I'm a towering monster.
I mean, I know you're tall. I just assumed both of you were tall, and that's why you guys were making fun of each other.
Assuming Tom is tall is assuming the wrong thing, but it's okay. It's okay. No, he's tiny. He's minuscule. He's barely even registers. Hopefully he'll come to Anime Matsuri in July, and then people can see for themselves. We can settle the debate. Now he probably won't come. I'll have to find a way to lure him there. Tina says, what Twitter says about you is right, Nick. You are harmful for your viewers. Because of you, more people watch Attorney Tom and might even take him for counsel. Free Flyer 1978 says, let's get some tortious liability suits going. Question mark says, am I incorrect in thinking that there are more copyright lawyers in the US than all lawyers in the rest of the world, all who essentially argue the Millennium Mickey Mouse Act, which led to Sonny Bono's death by tree while skiing? I don't know if there are more copyright attorneys in the US than there are in the rest of the world, but there are more copyright attorneys at Disney than there are attorneys in the world. So that is true. That is true. Marcel DeFore says, it's officially my birthday, hitting 35. Would you be able to pray for my family and I for another safe and healthy year? Thank you. Marcel, I will personally pray for your family's health and safety, but I'll also say cheers to a year of health and safety until you hit 36, and then many years of health and safety after that, of course. Happy birthday, brother.
Cheers to that.
Even though you're Canadian.
Ooh.
Cynthia says, enemy of your enemy is your friend. YouTube/Dan will strike you. Reach out to Hassan, Ethan Klein. I don't think Hassan and Ethan Klein are going to be on my side. But plus Jeremy, Keemstar, and Emily, etc., millions of subs. They're on fire about striking, suspending for fair use. Yes, Jeremy.
Quartering had a video about this this whole thing.
Yep, Jeremy did a video. Very much a bro move.
Therefore, I'm certain that Woke Hollywood is somehow involved.
Yes, they are. They absolutely are. Keemstar is, I have not talked to Keemstar personally in a while, but if something sufficient happened, I would hope he would cover it as well. But he's always been nice to me. And Emily, of course, she mentioned me on her live stream today, so that was great. That's great. I assume she means Emily Baker. Razor 390 says, oh, I see why you're saying enemy of the enemy is your friend. Hassan and Ethan Klein would be on my side because of the thing. Look, I have said over and over on Ethan Klein's stuff with what's the stupid company Triller, that Triller's lawsuits are ridiculous. Whatever Ethan Klein is, and whatever, personal disagreements I may have with his, some of his positions, he does not deserve to be attacked by Triller. Triller is in the wrong on that lawsuit, and they always have been from day one. It was bogus.
It's so unfortunate because it's just such a waste of everyone's time, emotions, resources, money, just everything. It's just everything is just a waste in that one. It sucks.
Sword and Scale says, have me on for the Chris Chan trial. I beg you. If it's broadcast, brother, 100%. Also, if there's any trials of coming up that are broadcast that maybe you've followed in any way, let me know. And I'd be happy to bring you on to do some stuff. I really appreciated our pre like crazy COVID era COVID discussion that we had, and we raised a lot of money for charity, which was fun. Razor 390 says, Law and Crime sues Nick. Nick goes to trial. Law and Crime live streams the trial. Nick streams Law and Crime trial and provides commentary while in court. Law and Crime, Your Honor, he's doing it again. Ty Beard says, we have a new video up featuring Lacey Stovall. Hey guys, check that out. I'll copy that and put it into the chat. If the moderators want to share that, I can't manually copy this because of how YouTube Studio works. If the moderators want to go ahead and share this as well, there's a new Beard and Harris video featuring Lacey Stovall. Give it a check. Lacey's fantastic, very nice, and very professional, and she does a great job on those videos. So Rob Price says, Nick, can you shout out VikingBling.com? Yes. VikingBling.com. Wait, here we go. This will be embarrassing. VikingBling.com. I have an auto tuner. All products are handmade and possibly able to get customized messages on the back. Could you show the site just to see the products available? Doing this for a friend/family member. Maybe. Let me see if I can get it pulled up. I don't even know what VikingBling.com is.
Watch, it's going to be a porn site.
God, I hope so. Let's see. Oh, here we go. This is cool stuff. This is pretty. Here we go. VikingBling.com. They've got these everyday wear for the warrior and shield maiden. So you've got these pendants that have different like Viking insignia on them that you can get. So here's VikingBling.com, guys. If this is something that's interesting to you, go check them out. Very cool.
Nice.
Very cool. The internet's amazing because, you can get stuff like this and make a viable business on it. Whereas, years and years ago, you're like, look, here's what I want to do. I want to stamp Norse runes onto like pendants and medallions. You're like, someone would be like, what the hell would I do with that? It's like, I don't know, sell them to people or whatever. Try that, put it in your store. Like, why? But with the internet, you actually can do that because of there's tons of people who like it, but they may not be concentrated in one particular town. So this is great. I think it's really cool. The axe head. The hell is that? Wait. Wait. Oh, this is just about the axe head in the picture. I thought you could buy like an old antique axe head. Never mind. Okay. I'm going to stop looking at the website.
No, but it is cool. It is cool that you can decide to sell something that's super niche. And like, if you were to just be in a small town selling it, you're right. People would be like, what? Why? What?
Well,
but you can find your people on the internet. It's great. We live in a great time.
Right. And before anybody thinks that that's somehow like it's not intended in any negative way at all. But before you take that assumption, realize that's what we all do.
Right.
Like, prior to the internet, you didn't ever find some weirdo asshole who's like goes up to a network. He's like, hey, I want a job. And they're like, what do you want to do? It's like, well, I want you to broadcast me for like 12 hours a day. What are you going to, wow, that's a long time. What are you going to do? I'm going to drink whiskey and probably talk about legal stuff and call people a bunch of names and motivate fat people to get off their butts by calling them fat and all of that stuff and offend a lot of people. That's what I want to do. Yeah, we'll sign you up. No, you have to have the internet for this stuff. So that's, Rob Price says, Nick, can you wait? I just read that one. Patrick Allen says, eat one, Kurt. You can't replicate Nick either. Stephen Oglesby says, tell Uncivil I missed his answer to my church and state super chat. Oh, damn. Well, you missed it again. Sorry.
Not your day, man.
See No Evil says, Alita, where is the cap from the half gallon of vodka? From my half gallon of vodka?
I probably wherever you put it. I don't know. I don't think that I've ever seen this half gallon of vodka.
You just got to finish it now.
So that's not.
You might need to.
So that's not him like quoting you saying.
No, I have no idea what that's about.
Saying okay. I have no idea what that is in either. Let's see. Chris Friday says Milwaukee County Media Coordinator is senior assignment editor at TMJ4, so I am thinking it's their cameras. Probably is. Question mark says Law and Crime has undoubtedly financially benefited from your coverage. Get discovery and countersue based on their increase in revenue. Well, I don't have to countersue because I'm not currently sued, but I may have to not countersue, but actually sue if they do decide to take stupid action on the YouTube side. But here's how the process would work. If they go in and claim any of the video content and do a copyright takedown, then I would, the way YouTube works is they could probably issue a strike without much effort. And then I would have to counter that strike, which is a bad system from YouTube, but that's how they do it. And any of the time that I was down for that strike, they would be subject to damages that would accrue during the time that I was not able to broadcast. So kind of depends on what would happen from that front. But then I would be able to bring an action, especially in regards to the letters, which specifically, like depending on what streams they decided to strike, the claims would be of varying strength from decent to really, really strong. And if they tried to do that on the Rittenhouse or Potter streams, they would have real trouble because they would have perjured themselves. And I would absolutely run them through the muck on YouTube once I got my account reinstated. And I would also be sending the court orders about those streams over to YouTube as part of my counter notifications. And then there would very, very potentially be court actions unless they wanted to go ahead and settle it when they realized how stupid their action was.
So if their lawyer signs that under penalty of perjury, are you going to hang their bar card on your wall behind you as a trophy? Or
I would hope that their lawyer would have the sense, would have the decency and sense to say, I can't sign that. I'm not going to lie to the court on your behalf.
Yeah.
And you'll have to get like one of your media managers or someone to do it, some other agent of the company other than me. So
law students out there, no matter how much you like your client and how much they're paying you, it's not worth your law license.
Nope.
Don't fuck around with that stuff.
Nope. And I am operating under the assumption that the lawyer who drafted this and sent it to me is just doing what his client asked. Again, I'm not personally finding that guy is doing anything other than what, he's hired to do. A cease and desist it's a threat. It doesn't carry much legal weight in most contexts, and so people take hyperbolic sort of claims in them. They overstate maybe their position, and that's the point of a cease and desist. So with that, at this point, there's not really anything actionable out of the lies other than I can just make fun of them on Twitter, which I will do. But if they were to take that into court, they would have significant problems with what they're saying. And I bet he knows that. And if he doesn't, now that I have all these orders, I'll be forwarding them all to my attorney, who will be in turn forwarding them to him, and he'll be duly informed of their course of action being incorrect. Axe Lion says, sing HHH Greg song with autotune. I don't know what the hell HHH Greg song is. Do you guys know? Have you ever heard of that? HHH Greg?
I don't know.
Okay.
I assume it's something, related to meth.
Maybe it's H3, like some H3 thing. I don't know. Idaho Plumber says, you three are my favorites. Thanks for all the knowledge and God bless. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Phoenix Lord Asterman says, that napalm comment from Runkle earlier made me realize he's not from Mirkwood. He's clearly Runkle of Nagaroth, leading the charge against the tyrannical witch king Trudeau. Rock on for Ulthwan of Runkle. Tara Rayner says, Canna Bro couldn't saw through bone. Girlfriend and her side piece brother's friend helped, in my opinion. Tara, your favorite Canadian, needs to know if you're still interviewing Grambo. Want to have my Grambo panties design ready. I have been remiss in reaching out to her. I do intend to do so. I've just been wrapped up in other stuff and barely getting any sleep, and then therefore having less waking hours during the day to work with. I've been running heavy on the streaming lately. Lajamon says, Nick, so much for a short stream tonight. Alita's too smart and pretty for your show. Runkle too.
Not true, but thank you.
Stephen Oglesby says, Legal Bites was there. She might know. Was about removing Christian symbols from public schools, but reserving rooms for Muslim prayer during school hours.
I don't know if he responded to that. If he didn't, then hopefully he does at some point. I don't know, but I don't remember seeing a response to that super chat. It may have happened when I was not on stream. But
whatever the question was, let me briefly address this First Amendment issue. There's a distinct difference between having a Christian symbol put up in the school by the school.
Yeah.
And allowing a private space for prayer of individuals during the school day.
Correct.
That those are just two distinctly different questions. Now, whatever the propriety of either of those practices are, that and how you think that may work out is different than what the Supreme Court analysis on those two things are. And they have both been analyzed by the Supreme Court. And I believe there are slightly disparate conclusions. Just because the idea of a school putting up a particular religious symbol is potentially a violation of the Establishment Clause, because it is the school asserting a particular religion or religious belief or outlook over another. Now, I know it's not necessarily that practically, but that's the legal look at it. Whereas allowing Muslims private prayer space. By the way, Christians have also sued for private prayer space during schools, and I believe have gotten similar results to Muslim students. I don't think the Supreme Court has been discriminatory on that, but they are fundamentally different questions with different areas of law going on. One is the school actually establishing a religion. One is the school not interfering with the free exercise of a religion.
Yes. And to be totally clear, so that people can know exactly where this comes from, there's actually two parts of the two clauses in the First Amendment that have to do with religion, right? So there's the Establishment Clause and there's the Free Exercise Clause, and those two are always somewhat in tension with one another. And that particular question that you have sort of shows the balance and the tension between those two, and the ways in which the Supreme Court has tried to balance those. So I talked on Twitter a little bit earlier, or I at least referenced the ways in which a lot of people don't tend to understand the meaning of separation of church and state, because usually when people bring up, oh, there's supposed to be separation of church and state, they think that means that there's no room for any sort of religious thought or reference to religion in government or in or by people that the people that make up the government, either politicians or Supreme Court justices, et cetera, et cetera. But that's not what that means. But, really, when we're talking about the religious rights or religious freedoms, religious restrictions, or restrictions on religion having to do with the government under the First Amendment, we're talking about those two clauses, and they have to be taken in consideration of one another whenever we're talking about the presence of religion in schools or in the workplace, stuff like that.
Yes, that was wonderfully stated, and it's very true. Those two clauses are in tension. Yeah, one is restrictive and one is expansive, and that's the basic tension. But yeah, governments cannot be promoting a particular religion over another, and then similarly, or even promoting religion at all, I guess, as a concept, and then similarly. But what I find interesting is that tends to manifest in government promoting non-religion, which is a weird sort of philosophical issue with how that plays out. But that being said, the other one is that they can't get in the way of an established religious practice. But
a sincerely held belief.
And the system is imperfect, by the way, because it's always implemented at the local level, no matter what the ruling is, by people. And then it's a source of perpetual conflict and lawsuits that always need to be resolved. And the Supreme Court provides guiding principles and binding law that should bind lower courts to appropriate decisions. But people will still have to sometimes take that fight to the court, because the action they will still put out a restrictive action or whatever. And then someone needs to go and fight for it, unfortunately. Yeah.
Just reading the chat, it seems we should be shilling for Sword and Scale, because they're apparently 1,000 subs away. So I got the sword end at least.
Yes. I'd get out.
Awesome. Where did you get that? What is that? What's the story behind this?
He got that over 600 years ago. It was handed to him by Elrond. Yeah. Its name is Glamdring.
This one, I actually have a sword guy, which I guess kind of says a bit about me there. But he was like, "Hey, do you want this? And I'll give it to you for a good price." And I was like, "Yeah, sure. I will totally buy that." So, sword.
Nice.
I guess this is my anti-burglar sword, because it's the one sitting in my computer room right now where I'm sitting. So, but 1,000 subs away for Sword and Scale. So get on that, chat.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
I was going to say, you have the sword. I won't get out the scale because it's been an embarrassing year for me. But that being said,
I was going to say, it's not like a little, digital scale with like powder on it, is it?
No. Look, guys, if you want the OG true crime content from someone who's not woke, not a commie, and not an idiot, go check out Sword and Scale. That's where you're going to get the juicy stories. They don't shy away from the grisly and the absurd. It is where you're going to get the stories that you won't hear about anywhere else. And it's where you're going to get excellent analysis, research, and commentary on these stories. It's not a half-assed production. It's not a startup. It's not some new person coming around. Sword and Scale has been around from the true crime very beginnings, and they are a smooth operation. Don't let the size of their YouTube channel dictate your impressions about the size of their overall production. It is much, much bigger. They're expanding into YouTube here. Reaching 30,000 subs would be a cool milestone for them to hit. If you guys want to check it out, please do so. But you can also check out their podcast. That is, I believe, predated their YouTube channel by quite a bit, and is a very cool thing. So go check it out. Mike's also been a good guy, and check out my interview with Mike on this channel, which would have been in early 2020, I think, that we did it. So he's a cool dude, and I think you'll like him. I think you'll like him in general.
Well, they're at 29.2 now, so 800 or less.
Get it. All right. Eugene says, drunk logic. Dwarves are basically Middle Earth Jews. Viva is Jewish, whatever Joe or Kurt may or may not say. So saying Canada does exist is the same as saying elves and dwarves can cohabitate in the same country. Ergo, Canada does not exist.
To be fair, he's in Quebec, and Quebec barely wants to be part of the same country, so it's touch and go.
Oh my gosh, that's fantastic. Block him. Block who? Who's getting blocked? I don't know who's blocking. What's the drama there? Okay, anyway, no love for the Odyssey degenerates. I just got done reading the big chats on YouTube, and now I have to go read the rest of the chats along with the Odyssey chats as well, because I last I checked my Odyssey. Oh, dang it. There might be. Oh no, these are from earlier. There is a chat or two that are from here. I have to find how Odyssey is organizing these chats is killing me. It is killing me. Single Malt Killer says, you heard him, simps on YouTube. You need to up those super chats to bankrupt Flaw and Crying. No, you do not. You do not. I appreciate them all. But currently, all I'm asking for on the law and crime stuff is a signal boost and for people to be aware of the situation. Oh, and most importantly, for now, I'll put this up for just a second. RicadaLaw.locals.com. Because again, I do believe flashing. Ooh, there we go.
Ooh.
I do believe.
Actually, wait, do it again. I'll Vanna White it for you.
There you go.
There you go.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Look, you can go on Locals. You can sign up for free. You don't have to pay anything. I'm not asking anybody to subscribe through payments. What I'm saying is this. If Law and Crime does act a fool and try to abuse the copyright system that YouTube has against me, then what I will say is simple. That Locals account is where you can follow what's going on. And that's it. I'm not a person who's, I'm not a huge fan of like, trying to get people to fund my activities. People have already funded my activities. So I'm not like keen on setting up a GoFundMe. If I were to ask for crowdfunding for a lawsuit, it would probably be attached to some sort of product that people could buy if they wanted to. I want to put something in people's hands for their support or whatever. But
should it be like the glasses with an extra large nose on it?
Yes. Yeah. We'll I'll get a nose cast made and have some custom glasses done or something. No, I don't know. But look, I'm not asking anybody to crowdfund anything or anything like that. Right now, all I'm just saying is please follow me on Locals for free, just in case they prevent me from being able to communicate on YouTube for a period of time. That way, you know what's going on, and I'll continue to stream on Locals if that's what it takes to get things rolling. So that's all I'm saying on this front right now. Please do that. That's the best way you can support, and just be aware of the situation. I just want people to know, because when YouTube issues a strike on your channel, be it copyright or whatever, they don't let you communicate in any way on the platform. There's no community messages. You can't comment on a video, your video or anyone else's video. You can't do anything at all anywhere on the platform. You are off of it. So if they were to issue a strike, it would prevent my ability to communicate with all of you lovely people other than through like Locals and Twitter and stuff like that. So that's all I'm asking anybody to do. But if you want to send super
what
chats,
you'd say.
if you want to send super chats, I'm happy to take them. Of course, always be grifting. ABG. Alec Baldwin said that right before he shot that lady. Look, always be grifting. Is this thing loaded? I don't even know how guns work. They're disgusting. I don't like them.
That case just ticks me off so much. It like the gun safety aspects of that. I've brought new people to the range, like never touched a gun before in their life, walked them through like basics, and had them by the end of the day following better gun safety than anybody on that set seems to have been following. Like,
Well, did you see the lawsuit filed by the armorer?
Wait, the armorer is suing him?
No, not him, but she's suing the props company, the guys that supplied the rounds.
That's a bold move, Cotton.
It's
bold
very
move.
It's very interesting. It sounds like there was a lot of drama leading up to this, and between the different props people and between various others, I guess. But one thing that, so it's the lawsuit was not filed against Alec Baldwin, but she does mention in there that she says that Alec Baldwin she had requested that he attend on like October 15th a gun safety training specifically on cross draws, and he just ignored it. So
I'm gonna have
because
to
when you're
pull
Alec Baldwin, you can do it.
I'm gonna have to pull that statement of claim and have a look at it, and I'll probably end up doing an angry video, notwithstanding that I try to focus on Canadian content. But that sounds like an angry Scotch video.
The complaint is really not good. It's there's a lot of hearsay. There's a lot of like allegations that the way that it's drafted, it's like how would you know that, because there wasn't much of a foundational, like it talks about like, oh, these two people had a conversation over there, but like without alleging anything about like how this particular plaintiff would know any of that. Anyway, it's just it's not very well done. But
I mean, I like firearm stuff. So one of the first things I did when the Baldwin thing happened is I didn't put out a video on it right away, because I was like, I got to know what the heck I'm talking about, because there was so many media commentators just like, let's start our mouths moving before we've actually listened to anybody. But I called movie armorers, I called gunsmiths, I talked to an actor who I cannot name because I think he will physically, well, I mean, he'd probably sue the shit out of me, but like I talked to a bunch of people, and what they mention is like when there's a movie set and they're using, fake bullets, one of the usual things is that they hollow out the powder, they kill the primer, and they put like a marble, like a ball bearing in there. And the purpose for that is that you can and that's only for scenes where it actually has to look like a cartridge. If you're going to pull it out of the gun or load it into the gun and it's got to look physically like a cartridge, or when you're using a revolver, because you need to be able to potentially see it through the cylinders. But that way you can pick it up and shake it and you can hear the rattle and you can know that it's not a live cartridge. And so each one should be picked up, shake, hear, put it in. Pick up, shake. And you should never pick up a firearm that has a magazine full of these things and just shake the whole thing, or a revolver with several in it and shake the whole thing. You got to take them out. You got to check each one. This, movie sets have a very different set of rules, because normally at like a gun range, you would never point a gun at another human being ever. Right.
Yeah.
But in a movie set, you might have to, right? You might have a scene where there's two people having a gun pointed at each other's heads, and they'll do clever things with camera angles to avoid that. But sometimes you just have to do it. And that means that all of this other stuff that you do to make sure that that nobody's going to get killed is super important.
Yeah.
And, the armor saying it's somebody else's fault. I'm sorry. No, there is no way that it's somebody, you are critical. The armor is, and the armor should be the person who, if there's, unsafe practices going on, like if Baldwin says, hey, I want to play with a gun and, juggle it for some reason. And I'm not saying he did that. Please don't sue me, Mr. Baldwin. But,
he did it. He did it. Baldwin, I saw you juggling guns, you son of a bitch. You're out there. You're like, you see this gun? You see this gun? This gun costs more than your car.
The armor's the one who should be saying, okay, listen, this is unsafe. I'm packing up all my shit and I'm going home. If you want to film a movie today, we got to do it by my rules.
Yeah. Well, and the lawsuit, this civil lawsuit, it does allege that she shook, but she shook the rounds, but I think she was saying that she shook the box of rounds, not individual rounds. So I don't think
Doesn't do anything because a box of rounds that you shake, no matter what the box packaging is, will rattle some. Like it doesn't.
now
Yeah.
and I might be mistaken in that, but that was the impression that I had from reading it relatively quickly.
I mean,
But
this is like there's an old, I think it was the A-Team movie or one of the TV shows, but they've got somebody who's going to be killed by firing squad, and they're replacing some of the bullets with dummies, and they're doing a quick, and I'm just like, and the guy's screwing up. He's dumping the fakes into the real ones, and he's trying to figure out which. I'm like, you shouldn't. Your organization on a movie set that is life and death shouldn't sound like a comedy bit from from 80s TV.
yeah.
And the other thing that I think is important here is that it can be the armorer's fault and Alec Baldwin's fault.
Yes.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
So there's you can negligence doesn't just stop at one person's like, well, all of the negligence is here. You can have multiple people liable for the same or for a combination of negligent acts that lead to the same outcome. And in this case, because I've argued with so many people on this who are sympathetic to Baldwin in a time where they really should not be. If you are not Alec Baldwin, if you are anybody else on the planet, and 500 fully qualified and wonderful armorers in each inspect a gun and hand it to you and say, this gun is good, and then you point it at someone, pull the trigger, and shoot them dead, you are liable for the action that you did. You pointed a deadly weapon at someone and pulled the trigger. So the fact that a bullet comes out of that barrel is your negligence. That is, you may not be criminally negligent. You may be, but you may not be, but that is your negligence because no bullet should have come out of that from your action. And when it does, in the Potter case, we talked about mistakes of fact and all of that stuff, maybe limiting criminal liability, but civil liability is fully on the table for all of that because no amount of mistake says that this bad thing that occurred, which shouldn't have occurred other than you ignoring a risk consciously or otherwise, it occurred because of you. And so both can be true here. What are we looking at?
So I'm sharing this. This is the complaint because I wanted to make sure that what I was saying was correct. So I'll read just a few portions from this. So
she shook the box.
She shook the
Heard
box.
a jingling sound.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And this was let me back up a little bit. Just
Let's
to
hear
give you
those
some
bullets
context.
ringling, jingling too.
So starting at paragraph 35, when Hannah arrived at the prop truck the same morning, Hannah's the plaintiff, she saw a box labeled dummy rounds 45 LC. Completely full, which someone had placed on top of Hannah's equipment bag. Hannah had not seen a full box of dummy rounds in weeks, nor was this full box on the equipment bag when Hannah had last seen it in the prop or had last been in the prop trailer.
Throw it out. If it's unknown, that's to stop everything.
Yeah. Upon information and belief, the dummy rounds and live rounds came from defendants. I mean, what information leads you to believe that? But okay. Sarah has since acknowledged in a report by the LA Times on November 20th that a new box of presumed 45 caliber long Colt dummy rounds appeared on set that day. Hannah exclaimed words to the effect of, "What is this? We have been looking for a full box of dummy rounds for weeks. Where did this come from?" Sarah was the person who had been ringing all the dummy ammo boxes on set from defendants. And Sarah is the other prop person who technically was Hannah's supervisor. But she did not respond as to where this full box had come from after Hannah made her comments. Props assistant Nicole simply giggled in response to Hannah's questions. I don't understand why she would be giggling, but okay. No one in the prop truck acknowledged or claimed to be the source of the full box of 45 caliber long Colt dummy ammunition that morning. Hannah shook the box and heard a jingling sound, which is what a dummy round box should sound like.
Maybe someone should shake Hannah.
This to me reads as a full admission of negligence. We have this unknown box. I shook the box. Okay, that tells you that there's at least one dummy in there. But it doesn't.
Well, I know where there's a dummy.
Dummies.
I know where there's 3 dummies at least.
And somebody was chirping at me in the chat saying, that I'm being too forgiving of Baldwin. I mean, Baldwin is an idiot, and part of the job of the armor is idiot wrangling to make sure that they don't shoot anybody. But he also bears responsibility. He's picking up a gun. That's a serious responsibility. And frankly, after what's his name on The Crow,
Brandon Lee.
After he was shot, Hollywood did a shakeup in terms of their safety procedures. And I think it's time that they consider another one. And that shakeup should be, listen, if you want to handle anything that looks like a gun in a movie, if you want to take that work on, you need to undertake to learn and to get yourself qualified to be independently able to be safe, such that Baldwin should have been able to inspect this and figure things out. And his failure to do so, even if no one asked him to, is, in my view, damning. It's,
yeah.
But this recitation, this is her lawsuit.
Yeah.
This to me reads like a confession.
Yeah. Well, and it may be her trying to get ahead of it, and it may be ill-advised.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is my impression of this whole thing is that this is her version of Alec Baldwin going to George Stephanopoulos, right? Like he's made all these statements to try to get his side of the story out and his facts and whatnot, which, I mean, it has been terrible for him, both legally and in terms of winning the court of public opinion. But this is at least a somewhat safer version, because you've got, obviously this is drafted by a lawyer. Or I mean, I would assume so. Well, let's see.
Go to the bottom. Yeah.
Let's see.
I mean,
yeah.
I would hope.
Yeah, but she might, so respectfully submitted, but is it supported by an affidavit?
No, there's nothing. There are no declarations, no nothing.
What about is the first line defendant on, or plaintiff on oath and affirmation comes forward, or anything like that?
You mean at the beginning of this complaint?
Yeah. By and through a counsel of record hereby brings this action and alleges upon information and belief as follows. Okay, so it's not on oath or affirmation.
No.
And she doesn't swear to the truth of it. Like in Minnesota, if you e-file most documents, I don't know if can't remember if it qualifies specifically for complaints, but if you're e-filing anything, which this looks e-filed in New Mexico, you have to swear to the best of you have to swear to the court that the information contained therein is true and correct to the best of your knowledge. So, but that would be done by the attorneys generally.
Yeah.
I don't think that the complaints aren't typically on oath.
Well, I mean, you could have a verified complaint where you have a
true.
section at the end where the plaintiff says, like, this is the facts, and under penalty of perjury, blah blah blah. Like that in California in probate court, that's typically you have verified complaints, but you don't necessarily have that outside of probate court in other civil areas. So yeah.
I mean, this also illustrates one of the profound benefits of hiring a lawyer, because people are like sometimes, oh, why would I need a lawyer? Especially in criminal context, they say, why would I need a lawyer? I'm innocent. Well, if your lawyer says something stupid, that's the lawyer saying something stupid. If you say something stupid in your personal capacity, then you may end up owning it and eating it. And I mean,
and this may have litigation privilege attached to it.
Yes,
exactly.
So,
I think it probably does.
Yeah,
most likely does.
Baldwin's defense would be, well, I lied on George Stephanopoulos. I'm not lying now.
Yeah. That wasn't under penalty of perjury.
And hers is I gave the facts to my lawyer who signed off on the document, and it contained inaccuracies that, though I have a duty to read it and understand it, I actually didn't notice the inaccuracies or whatever. It's not my words at the end of the day, which is a slightly better claim. But
then you also crazy. by you're able to get your entire narrative out. And by the way, this is 24 pages in this complaint, and like 20 of them or 21 of them are just the facts. So it's like that's a
long complaint.
It's a very long complaint for like 3 causes of action that are comparatively very short. in terms of like the surface area on this document. But I mean, another benefit is you're able to get your entire narrative out without having questions that you then have to answer, like in an interview, for example, that you may or may not be prepared for, and you may or may not respond in a way that you anticipated that you would, or you tried to prepare to do so.
And it does enjoy the litigation privilege aspects, which makes it better than a statement in a lot,
Yeah. So briefly for the chat, litigation privilege means you get to make statements that are favorable to you in litigation that may not, they can't be outright lies, but you get protection from subsequent lawsuits for statements that you make in a pleading. Basically, they can't be, you can't be sued for defamation for what's in a pleading unless you lose your litigation privilege by publicizing your pleading prior to someone else publicizing it, which is a whole different thing. Like if you're creating the pleading for the purposes of making a public statement and then you publicize that statement before any news stories or whatever pick it up, or there's evidence that you sent out copies to news stories to be published on your behalf, that can defeat your litigation privilege. But someone else would have to still overcome it. You have a presumed litigation privilege, and that can be very, very powerful, especially when you're making representations about someone else and blaming them for death. You want to make sure that they're not defamatory.
Yeah. And especially when they were acting in their professional capacity. So, then you're harming their income, et cetera.
Right.
Like the damages can rack up pretty quickly for a defamation case otherwise.
Yeah, and it becomes defamation per se. They don't have to prove the damages element, which means they get to coast a little bit easier into court, and it's a mess. Matthew Levesque says, any idea when you are going back on Friday Night Tights? Yes, I believe I'll be on February 4th, which is 2 Fridays from now. I think I'll be on Friday Night Tights then. So in 2 weeks. Like 2 weeks, right? From Total Recall.
I love that. That's one of my favorite quotes from Total Recall.
Legal Bites should go on Friday Night Tights. I think she could be a fun guest.
What is Friday Night Tights?
It's a show hosted on Nerdrotic's channel. It's generally talking about superhero movies, comic books, and stuff like that.
I like that stuff.
Nerd stuff, and it's just every Friday they do like a 4-hour show, 4 or 5 hours, depends. And they talk about movie culture, pop culture, nerd culture, all that stuff, whatever subject can really come up. And it's good guys. It's Nerdrotic, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, who's heel versus babyface. Often they'll have Ryan Cannell, Eric July on. Chrissy Mayer's on a lot of times. Good, fine folk. It's a fun show.
Yeah, get me an invitation.
Sure.
That sounds like fun.
I'll pass your info along.
Super Chatter left me out, but I am also a total geek. So
Stephen Oglesby says, my bad. I misunderstood the theory behind the difference. That's the First Amendment issue we were talking about earlier with freedom of religion. Thank you for educating me and also for pronouncing my name correctly. You are one of very few. Oh, well, Stephen, you enjoy a privilege that Mandy Karavichus does not, in which I pronounce your name correctly
now.
I've got it down?
Yeah,
okay,
you've got it down. You just don't roll the R, but that's completely forgivable. Karavichus. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So now you're saying it almost exactly like a Lithuanian who actually would.
Silly Lithuanians. Free Flyer 1978 says, I too had a negligent discharge and caught an 18-year sentence. Oh man. Reed Sanborn says, got fired as an EMT after 5 years for telling boss I was uncomfortable giving le jab on behalf of third party, working a clinic that wasn't run by my employer, having trouble getting a job, suspect due to bad reference now, legal recourse. Man, it's going to be tough, but you may have a wrongful termination action, but it's going to be state specific. EMTs are sometimes unionized. You may have a collective bargaining agreement that would have some controlling aspect over it. I don't know if you're in an at-will state. Frankly, you got to talk to an employment attorney in your state. The good news is a lot of employment attorneys who are very good employment attorneys will do free consults for you. So you can either get a personal reference from someone you know in that state for employment attorneys, or just go to the phone book, book a couple interviews with different employment attorneys, see who you like, see who agrees with you from a personality aspect, not from your opinion aspect, but who you trust. And then see if there's some action you can take, but get a couple different opinions on it. Cause maybe there's someone who would take your case. And look, if one guy says he won't take it and the other guy says he'll do it for $80,000 retainer, you probably don't have a good case. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
There
But,
is
no.
Lawyers have something of the go away fee, or which is usually, phrased a little less politely, but it's basically if you're getting quoted a fee that is exorbitant, it's probably that they really don't want to take your case, and this is the amount of money it takes them to overcome the bile in their throat over it.
Yeah. They're trying to get rid of or they're trying to discourage you sometimes.
Yeah.
Say, hey, I really don't want to put my name in this. Okay, so people are asking me.
Hopefully the guy who sent you that cease and desist got his fuck off rate for that.
I would hope so. He's in-house counsel, so he's just salaried probably.
Oh, he just got his hour? Yeah, just got his salary for that. Ouch.
Okay, so people are asking me to cover this. I did get an email from Russell Greer, and people are asking me to go ahead and look. I'm going to remove his. I don't know if his email address is public, so I've got it set so you cannot see his email address, but he does have the russellgreer.com, and I have every reason to believe this is him. I just don't look if his email address is not public, I don't want to show it on screen out of courtesy, because I'm going to laugh at him. Don't get me wrong. Like, that's going to happen right now. But this is the email I got from Russell, which it's amazing that it took this long, frankly. But here we go. Hi, Nick. Oh, wait, I got to get the lips. Do you guys know who Russell Greer is?
I don't think so.
I'll be right back.
Maybe the chat can tell us while we're waiting.
But would you trust the chat? Come on.
That's true. That's true.
What I'm going to need to do for
Judge's
both
back.
of you is apologize in advance for what's about to happen. Russell Greer is an interesting individual. He has before you shake your head, okay? Because what I'm going to say is going to bother you guys potentially. Before you shake your head and start to shame me, know that I have thoroughly researched this and I will explain. So just reserve judgment for a moment. Russell Greer is an individual with a facial disability called Mobius syndrome. His lips do not close and his eyes cannot move side to side. Okay. So he has I saw that frown. I saw it. He has an issue communicating with people from the onset. He has to overcome this sort of detriment. That is not why Russell Greer is mocked and made fun of. Okay. That is the important thing to know.
Okay.
I'm
glad we clarified that.
When you see what happens.
Also there.
Russell Greer is mocked and made fun of because Russell Greer is a relatively terrible human being who has been accused of and convicted of stalking one woman, accused of stalking many, many women, has lawsuit stalked Taylor Swift, Katy Perry, Ariana Grande. He has sued Taylor Swift at least 5 times now, I believe.
This is going to be a suit for not banging him or something.
It's funny you mentioned that, Runkle.
Oh, God.
So what happened? What happened was Russell, who has, again, Mobius syndrome, he composed a song called I Get You, Taylor Swift. It is a fantastic song. It is available on SoundCloud from Russell Greer's official SoundCloud, along with a litany of other masterful music works. But this is the first one that he did, called "I Get You, Taylor Swift," and it's basically a song composed of Taylor Swift song titles as the lyrics to all of it. And he doesn't sing though, because the Mobius syndrome makes it
at all.
He sounds kind of funky, right? And so he hired a production company to produce this song, and he wanted to make it just as a gift to Taylor Swift because he's so appreciative of her. And he sent her this wonderful gift, the song. And her agent sends back to him, "Yeah, Miss Swift cannot." No, Miss Swift. He says Miss Swift cannot accept any musical gifts or anything, and she will never be able to see this. And the obvious reason's obvious, because the next song she composes has a lawsuit attached to it. So Russ is like, "No, I'm not sending this for her to perform. It's just a gift for her." And the guy's like, "Yeah, buddy, you can't do she can't."
Well, there could also be an allegation that the next one that she writes is somehow influenced by this one and copyright,
that's what I'm saying.
And blah 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 blah. Yeah,
I mean,
of course. And I will say that, you know, knowing what I know so far, that I don't like making fun of people for their disabilities. However, at the same time, I also believe that people should not be able to get away with terrible behavior just because they have a disability.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the thing. Is people with disabilities are people like us who struggle with whatever, you know, they may have other issues. I mean, hell, I've got a learning disability. I've got attention deficit. It sucks.
Really?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Me and Emily. So
I know about Emily. Yeah.
I can identify. I have chronic handsomeness disorder. It's really
you may want to get a second opinion on that.
But I'm trying to get my wife to sign off on it, and she just won't. No, this is very important, though. This is very important. This super chat. Phoenix Lord Azerman says, "Legal bites," in all caps. "Legal bites. For the love of God, don't feel bad for Russ. He will write you a song and demand a date to the Olive Garden." So
yeah, I mean, I am very thankful also that I am married, partly because of reasons like this. It's being married is a very, very wonderful excuse for those kinds of platitudes, you know. But yes, and other benefits to being married, of course. But yeah, no, I understand. And as soon as you kind of described that whole the stalking situation and Taylor Swift situation, I automatically, I instantly feel the awkwardness and the discomfort that those women probably have felt. Partly for your own reason, and also kind of having a little bit of an understanding of, like, in some respects, a lot of times those kinds of the motivations behind those kinds of actions oftentimes are somehow linked to having that disability and having to deal with that. And so I feel bad for that person on the one hand, but I also feel incredibly terrible for the person that has to deal with that, that's on the receiving end of those behaviors. So it's like it's just like no one wins.
So the Russell Greer Taylor Swift saga, the beginning of it, because it's a long saga, so I'll keep it very short, but it goes like this. Sends her the song, gets rejected. He sues her in small claims court in Salt Lake City, Utah, which is where he was living at the time.
And gentlemen, all the ladies get real good and going for a lawsuit.
Well, his thought was this. He thought that Taylor Swift would be forced to appear at the lawsuit, right? So the master plan has been kicked. He can drag her into court. She hires a local attorney named Gregory Skordis, who goes in and takes care of the whole situation. He offers Gregory Skordis a settlement offer, and it was just for dinner, but definitely not a date. But just for dinner with Taylor Swift. That would be the settlement. So it didn't work. Then he files in the Central District of Tennessee, I believe, because she's got a Nashville home. So he thought, okay, well, I can bring her into court in Nashville. I think that's Central District of Tennessee, or maybe it's Western. I can't remember. Might be Western District. Either way, files in Tennessee. a federal lawsuit for, I think, $50 or $100 million against Taylor Swift. And the theory of the case is that when she gets gifts from other people, she will sometimes acknowledge them on Instagram or whatever. She'll make a post and say, oh, or she'll go show up at like a burn ward for children and play a song or something like that. And that when Russ sent her his lovely gift, that she did not even acknowledge it on social media. So he sued for 50 or 100 million. It might have been 50 and then 100 million in a subsequent suit. And for the court to find that all celebrities who receive gifts and don't specifically disclose them on social media must have a disclaimer every time they do disclose a gift on social media that they will not disclose all gifts. This is his theory that was out there. He has also sued the state of Utah to open a brothels that would cater specifically to disabled individuals, and would have, it sounded like some level of force involved, not like force physically, but that they would not be able to turn down, for example, a person with a disability at the brothel. And there was,
that he rejected at several brothels.
Well, he has an interesting story with the Bunny Ranch. If you're familiar with the Bunny Ranch.
God, I was like, I'm guessing this is going somewhere. This keeps getting. This is like an onion that each progressive layer is.
Oh my gosh, Russ is a lawsuit gold mine. There's always another one coming. The Bunny Ranch. He threatened to sue, but I believe he settled this claim, and it was very favorable. So he got a good deal on this one. But for the Bunny Ranch, Russ booked an appointment with a young lady at the Bunny Ranch. Now, he was, I said, working in Salt Lake City, living and working in Salt Lake City. I actually had his manager on the show to discuss this. He was a janitor at a Walmart, and he was going to do his shift and then go down to Vegas, well, just outside of Vegas, to the Bunny Ranch to have his appointment, right? Well, Russ wanted to look his best for this, but he didn't have much time, because he had to get on the bus from Salt Lake City to Vegas and make it there at a reasonable amount of time. So he wore his tux to work for 8 hours as a janitor at Walmart in a tuxedo. And then he got on the bus to the Bunny Ranch for like another 6 or 8 hours or however long that drive is in his tuxedo. And he shows up at the Bunny Ranch, and he gets there a little early in the day.
I bet that smelled amazing.
I can only imagine. He gets there a little early, something like 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. or whatever. And Russ doesn't look, he is not a man of carnal interests. He is a man of passion. He is a Don Juan, if you will. And so he wanted the girlfriend experience. But the Olive Garden didn't open till 11. So Russ booked a 4-hour session, right? But he gets there around 9. Olive Garden doesn't open till 11. So he goes prior to going to the Olive Garden and hangs out with the with his escort, we'll call her, I guess is the best way. They hang out in her room. They do not engage in any sexual activity. They just have a chat for, like an hour and a half. Then they get in a limo, go to Olive Garden, have a very nice lunch. They get back, and she notes that the 4 hours are up and he's done. And so he does not engage in any sexual activity on this date that he spent like $4,000 on.
This also marks the first time in history that anybody has ever taken a limo to an Olive Garden.
It's amazing. You're near Vegas. You could go to any type of restaurant in the world. You got to hit that Olive Garden. Probably get the all-you-can-eat breadsticks and salad. So then he raises hell at the Bunny Ranch, right? Threatens to sue. This is back when the main guy was still alive. I think he's dead now. But threatens to sue. And I believe, and she like flees and gets fired from the Bunny Ranch and all sorts of crazy stuff. I don't know if it was related to Russell. This might've been related to something else, but I believe Russell was compensated with a twofer, if you know what I mean. So that was the settlement offer. So I think Russ got the better end of that deal. So good job on him.
That's a better settlement than I think he had coming to him, because he paid for 4 hours. He got 4 hours. Like that's it's, it's like I tell clients when I'm, doing legal work, if somebody comes in and says, hey, I'm going to pay your hourly, and they want to sit there and tell me about how much this case sucks and
Yep.
how much, I'll say, like, listen, I'm happy to listen to you, but you're paying big money just to tell me
Yeah.
your problems.
Yeah.
And so if you're going to do that on my hourly,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
but don't complain when you get the bill, and let's make
Yep.
sure your retainer's topped up.
Yep.
So you pay for 4 hours, you get 4 hours.
Yep.
Yep. Well, he did, but he got the 4 hours.
Yeah,
He got them. He just used them incorrectly.
Yep.
So then he's currently suing America's Got Talent because he auditioned, and everybody had to audition via Zoom last year because of COVID, right? So he auditioned via Zoom. Now the problem is Russell Greer is a musician, but he has, well, sort of, but he has Mobius. He's a composer, I'll say. He has Mobius syndrome, so he's not a performer of music. And so he's suing them under the Americans with Disability Act and demanding that America's Got Talent pay for the band that he had to hire to perform the music as an accommodation, as a reasonable accommodation. And he's suing them for automatic placement onto the 2022 television season because the producer who was on the Zoom call said they did a very good job and to send in their YouTube link. So therefore he was promising and representing that they had made it through. And then they did not make it through. So he's
good
great.
work, buddy, is not a legally binding promise.
You did a good job. So people are not allowed to give words of encouragement.
That was good. So good, guys. So good. Tell you what, I got to bounce to the next act. That was great. Though really good. Please send the link in, with your application, and someone will get back to you.
I once did a job interview where they said, "Hey, we really like what we had, what we heard from you today, so I should sue them for that job."
Absolutely. Now, you guys, there's so much more Russell Greer. We don't have time for all of this. This is the preface for what happens next. So, no, there's tons more. He wrote a whole book about how he sued Taylor Swift. I've done a full read through of it on the channel. And it's like, 12 chapters or whatever. Everybody should check out the Why I Sued Taylor Swift live streams that I did with Sriracha. It was an amazing series. Very good stuff. But this is all the preface to the apology for what you're about to experience. So that's what this is all leading up to.
Why would you write a book about this?
Trying to monetize it, I guess. I don't know. Oh, no.
Hi, Nick. I randomly came upon your site. I guess I'm flattered in an odd way that you have invested so much interest in me and you think that there's nothing wrong at all with Kiwi Farms or Joshua Moon, but think I'm the odd duck. It's cool. People can change, but the internet won't let them because, oh no, I filed a few lawsuits. Some stupid, some well-deserved and well-intended, and said things 6 years ago that I say while not on anxiety meds. And so therefore, I must be treated like an inhuman because I think differently, or I must have things follow me around that I moved on from. I'm glad to see you're so perfect. I wish I could be perfect like you, Nick. Imagine you could be using all that energy on people who actually deserve to be mocked, like, I don't know, Pete Davidson's animal abusers, etc. But I wanted to send you a quick message and just say, instead of laughing at others or relying on rumors online, you should talk to them, ask questions. I know what a concept. So feel free to ever ask me a question. Happy to answer. Have a fantastic day and keep being perfect, Russell.
Russell, I have a little bit of life advice. This is very, very important that you listen to it. Nick is probably going to send you an invitation to come on his channel. And
don't do it.
Do not accept it. Do not accept it. But, I totally empathize with, what you've screwed up in life. You want to rebuild. I believe people should be able to do that, especially, maybe you did some dumb things on anxiety meds. This is not how you rebuild your life. You do not pick a guy with 350,000 subscribers who, is irreverent. He is not a person who is super keen on sort of protecting your feelings and send him an email that he can use to dunk on you. And, you know, he may, oh my God.
So I again,
Also,
look,
what does he have against Pete Davidson?
I don't
I
know who
think
Pete
people
Davidson
see
even
that
is.
he's the moral superior to Pete Davidson.
Who's Pete Davidson? Who's this guy?
He's SNL actor. Remember,
Oh,
he got in
okay.
trouble. He got in trouble with what's his name, Congressman, what's his face with the eye patch, because he made fun of him.
Dan Crenshaw.
Dan Crenshaw, that's right. I think he made fun of him for his eye patch, and then he was like, "Well, I lost this fighting for our country, you jackass." And then they had a whole kind of like mea culpa together on Saturday Night Live, and Pete Davidson talked about losing his dad on 9/11 because he was a firefighter and that whole thing. So
yeah, well, I wish Dan Crenshaw would go back to the time when he was fighting for the country and stop being such a fucking douche now. But that's my personal opinion. No one else has held to it. So
I did notice that he was one of those top politicians on the Wall Street Whales Twitter account that like posted about the members of Congress that outperformed the market, and he was like number 1 or 2, like one of the top people. So that was interesting.
Yeah, he's I'm not a he comes in, he came into office with a lot of fire and stuff and this cool backstory, and then he's just been terrible. Matthew Festa says, "Hey Nick, I'm shilling for my animal shelter here on Long Island. We rescue mostly abuse and neglect cases involving dogs and cats. If you sent some folks to check out our mission at Paws Unite People, that'd be sweet. Thank you in advance, guys. Paws Unite People sounds like a good shelter there in Long Island. Go check them out.
All the doggos and kitties. I want to see them all.
That's a good mission." Eugene says, "Russell's story has layers, yes, but compared to that bottomless pit of infinite layers, which is the life story of Chris Chan, it's nothing." Leatherman 78 says, "This is for Runkle's advice to Greer, 10 out of 10. Lol."
And the best part is, I know I'm not like undercutting you, because there's no way he's gonna, like, a guy like that is not gonna listen to Good Sense. If listening to Sense was something, nobody gets to that position where they're like suing celebrities to have a date with them.
It's like I have a lot of sympathy for somebody that has to, you know, go through life dealing with a disability. I would imagine
I did it first too, yeah.
I would imagine that comes with just so much. I mean, I am not dealing with something like that, so I to a certain extent I don't want to judge someone like that, but at the same time, people are people and people make decisions. Everybody, you know, has the ability to make their own decisions, and if they're making terrible decisions, then you have to be held accountable for that. So
his book is a phenomenal read.
Oh boy.
It is. I'm not kidding. I reckon it is fantastic. It's great. It's wonderful. It's purportedly a true story, and why I sued Taylor Swift. Everybody should check it out. They should definitely go buy it, by the way. It's not very expensive. It's on Amazon Kindle for like $1 or whatever. I don't know how much it is, but it's it's whatever price. Go buy it. Support Russell. It's a great work of art. Everybody should read it, and go listen to his SoundCloud songs. They're phenomenal. I love Russell's music. I do.
Also,
the song they performed at America's Got Talent tryout was "You Look Like Me, Heidi Klum," right? Because Heidi Klum is the host, the MC of America's Got Talent now, or one of the judges. I don't remember. And so perfect. Russell is still. He says people can't change. Russell, you don't change, and that's why we love you. That's why we love you.
I also finally understand. Somebody was telling me, because I'm playing around with getting into bookbinding just because I do some leather work and whatever else. And somebody was saying that I needed to get a to print out a copy of that book. And I didn't know what that book was about. I had no clue. And they said I had to print that out, bind it, and get it signed by the author and then send it to you. And I was like, I don't know what any of this involves. Like this. And now I'm just like, oh my God, I should not do that.
This is this book they're talking about.
Yeah, they wanted me to get a copy of this book, print it, bind it, make it look nice, get it signed by Greer, and send it to you. And I was just like, that sounds like a lot of work for something I don't understand.
Yeah.
What am I getting myself into?
It would have been great. It would have been great, but I don't know how you would get him to sign it and send it on.
You
But
know what?
okay.
I bet he'd do it just for asking. I bet you money that if I found this guy and was like, "Would you sign this?" He totally would.
Joshua Warren says, quote, "I do some leather work, logoless." Perfect.
It's very much on brand. I appreciate it. I like it.
Okay. I was going to do a short stream because I was super tired. We're
Now
3.5 hours in.
later.
I need to hit these chats. If you guys want to hang out, you're welcome to, but I also always respect the time of my guests as much as possible. So if you need to leave at any point, please feel free to do so, but also feel free to get a last word in. And if you're going to hang out for a while, of course, like I said, you're welcome to, and feel free to answer any super chats along with me. So
I probably should get going because I do need to have some breakfast. And it's past breakfast time now where I'm at. So
you want to see my breakfast? It's still here. It's my Qdoba burrito, which I bought at.
I thought for sure it was going to be a little bourbon.
It's still here. This is my breakfast from yesterday that I have not eaten yet. I bought it at 7:40 p.m.
Oh, has that been refrigerated?
No.
Are we watching your death about to happen?
It's fine. I'm going to eat it when we're done.
Oh wait, you said it's a Qdoba burrito. It doesn't have anything in it that bacteria will like, so it's
no.
It's
and I don't like. Well, I can't have dairy really very much anymore, so I don't get cheese or sour cream on it or anything. So it's just.
Then what's the point?
It's just meat and rice and lettuce and salsa, so it's good.
It's egg that'll get you. That's the one that like egg salads send people to the hospital all the time.
Ooh, don't do that. Don't do that.
Bad news, bears.
And Old Mayo's gross too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you anything you want to say before you go?
You guys can find me on my channel, but I mean, aside from that, I'm gonna have Natalie Wisco on my channel tomorrow/today.
Awesome.
So we're not gonna talk about Rittenhouse. We're gonna talk about like all the stuff that we normally do on LawTube. So we're gonna get her take on a lot of the more recent stuff, and Nate will be joining us as well. So
fantastic.
That'll be cool.
Tell her I say hi, please.
I will.
And,
absolutely.
And again, I'm very much a fan of Miss Wisco. I think she was the star attorney in the room. Honestly,
she was such a badass when she got up to deal with their BS. Like,
yeah, and she did it so beautifully. So, and the interview that I did with her, she was awesome for like 4.5 hours that she sat down with me to talk about the case. It was great. She's wonderful. And she's one of my new BFFs, especially in this space. And I mean, I love all of LawTube, but I'm very happy to like welcome her into LawTube now in like this whole news and pop culture kind of sphere. So it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be 1 p.m. Eastern time. So
very cool, guys. Make sure to check that out. And an easy way to check that out is if you go to the description, you click on Legal Bites and you click subscribe.
There you go.
It's right there.
Subscribe and the notification bell, so you'll know.
Oh yeah, you gotta click the bell.
Yeah.
You got to do that. But thank you so much for coming on and dispelling the nasty and pernicious rumor that that somehow you hate me, and the check is in the mail, of course, for that.
I get half of the super chats from today, right? Half of them, exactly. That's right. That was our deal.
I think you get exactly as much as I get.
Audio issue going on here. I got these new monitors. Legal Bites, are you there? Hello? I don't know what happened.
Hey, Nick. No, that's fine. That's fine. No, I'm happy to be here, and I'm sorry for my absence for a little while. I love being here. I love hanging out. It's great.
I said immediately, yeah, we're all busy, and I appreciate when anybody has the time to come on my show, of course. But if people are not able to make it, I never would even suspect anything other than people are just busy. We're all trying to build our stuff. And so yeah, but I always love having you on. Mega Lone Wolf does say, Legal Bites, please do not invite Russell on your show.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm staying away from that on my channel.
I mean, to be fair, he will give you super chats, but then he will have an interesting legal theory about what exactly he's.
Oh boy. Oh
And
boy.
I mean, Olive Garden isn't that good. You just don't want to go there.
No. Yeah, I've been there before.
When they-
yeah, no thanks.
I will say, when they have the all-you-can-eat soup going, the zuppa toscana is really good at Olive Garden. It's good. There's no way around it. The minestrone's pretty good too, but the zuppa toscana is delicious. So
Okay. All right.
that's what I got. Also, the breadsticks are fine because it's a breadstick. How do you screw up a breadstick as long as it's not stale? Anyway, I'll let you go. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
What's
thanks
up?
for having me. See ya.
Oh, yep. See you later. I'll be right back, Runkle.
Sounds good. I'll try to keep the chat entertained and almost certainly fail. All right. Just looking. Somebody's probably beaking off at me in the chat. Who was the last person who had something to say? Yeah, it's actually fairly high up there. Ugh. Oh, somebody's saying grift time. Somebody earlier was saying, do you want to appear on Shadiversity? And it's like, sure, I would totally love to appear on it. And it's not going to happen because I have no idea how to get his attention there. Somebody's asking me, do I have any chainmail? I do not. The leather work, I've got like knives and so forth. I make book covers, etc. I just, at some point, I decided that basically that I had too many hobbies where at the end of the day, I ended up with nothing. Like, you spend 6 hours video gaming and you have nothing to show for it. Whereas if you spend 6 hours doing leather work, then, you got something. Somebody's talking about, talk about self-defense with swords. Same rules with firearms, really, which is mostly don't if you can avoid it. I should do a read-through of why I sued Taylor Swift. That would probably drive me insane. Do I talk about my leather work on the channel? Not really. I try to keep my channel sort of law-focused. I'll probably do some talk about leather work on my locals. One of the reasons I got the locals was so that I could actually talk about some other things and not mess with the algorithm. Because if I end up if I do like a leatherwork video and it takes off, then I end up with the algorithm going, we don't know what to do with this guy, and it screws things up. Somebody saying, what video games do I play? All sorts of things. Right now I'm playing a ton of 7 Days to Die, but I need to get back into I started streaming The Witcher. And I'm like no distance in it, but because everybody gives me the joke of Runkle of Rivia or whatever, I have to figure out what they're talking about. Why are nunchucks illegal in Canada? Because politicians are stupid. That is basically it. Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, they were stuck with me, and I really apologize for that.
No, I just my 6-year-old has night terrors.
Oh,
And,
I'm sorry to hear
so
that.
my son came in to let me know she was having a night terror, so I had to run and address that quickly. Whew. the joys of children. Okay, back to where we were. Did I miss anything?
I was mostly just asking or answering questions from the chat, and they had a whole pile of them.
They do. See, that's the danger of asking that, if the chat has any questions, then they'll actually present them. And then you're like, oh God.
You warned me that they'd have a question that they haven't asked yet. And that's probably a good thing.
Oh yeah. They haven't asked yet. Oh my God. Very strange. Okay.
Somebody's going to hit you with a super chat for that. So enjoy the $20.
We're going to hit, speaking of super chats, I'm going to start going through them on lightning round because it's already late. Kay Vegdal says, I have no idea how you do it. Have a great weekend. I don't either, frankly. Probably poor life choices. Eva Lerna says, is the defense in the innocent biker trial really going to try and say an immigration lawyer with a black wife used the hard gamer word in traffic? Yes.
And I mean, the thing is that sometimes people who aren't racist drop stupid language when they get pissed off. people say stupid shit when they're angry, and that's when I get clients who are accused of like hate crime stuff. Sometimes it's like, listen, it's not a hate crime. He's just pissed off and saying stuff to So I'm not going to say he didn't do it. I'm not going to say he did, but it isn't impossible to me. Even if it's like a super woke, or was, I guess, even if he was like super woke, spends all of his time, devoted to whatever, charities or whatever, I could still see it happening.
Yeah, it's possible. It is certainly possible. The possibility, it's actually more possible that he said it than I think the defense's chances of getting the jury to believe that he said it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if they had another witness to it, I think that the problem is that when he gets up on the stand to say he said this, they've got like, 6 people who saw some interaction there and none of them said anything about it. So,
and his whole thing is he fled the state for 6 months. And when he got caught, he lied to an officer about who he was. He never reported the self-defense shooting. I mean, he's got big credibility issues, and he's going to be the only guy who had a knife, who says that the guy had a knife, and the only guy who says that this guy dropped a hard R-N word on him.
I disagree. And you know what? I'm going to just come out and say that Branca is the guy, and where he and I disagree, you should probably listen to him. But I do disagree with him a little bit on the how much to talk to the police after a self-defense event. That said, there's a difference between the police, you call the police, you say, there's a guy dead, and you hang up, and the police come, and show up and deal with things. And then, they ask you what happened. You say, I got nothing to say. My lawyer is going to contact you.
Yeah.
Versus fleeing the state, being gone for 6 months. Like, that is so damaging. It goes beyond don't talk to the police into you are clearly looking like a guilty person. Yep. Like, there's a really big difference between not talking to the police and fleeing the scene. And I mean, I'll draw a distinction here between Rittenhouse and this guy, because like Rittenhouse, why does he flee the scene? Because he got to. Like, he's going to have his limbs torn off by an angry mob. You can actually see, like, as he's trying to run, people are trying to kill him. Like, no kidding, he's trying to run away. But he's running to the cops, which is exactly the direction to be running away.
Rittenhouse is fleeing the dangerous scene into what he hopes to be the loving and protective arms of custody of the police, knowing that he'll be arrested. And then when they refuse it, he ultimately goes to turn himself into their custody anyway.
I mean, that is a much better approach if you're trying to explain to a jury later. But like if you're sitting there and there's no danger, sit and wait for the cops. I mean, it's in most cases. I mean, it's let's say, because I think there's a hypothetical possibility. If I'm being deferential to the defendant here, if I say this guy was genuinely afraid for his life because these people tried to run him off the road. He punched him. He made a bad choice, but then he's trying to get away. They try and run him off the road. Now he's like, oh shit, I'm locked into this thing. This guy's following me. He's attacking me. I shoot him in the head. I think he's got to be thinking it's possible that the wife pulls a gun on him or a knife or something and follows him too, especially after what just happened. So I think there's a real possibility that he could have felt like he was in danger. But what he should do in that case is go to some nearby safe place, like apartment, which he biked to anyway. You bike to your apartment, you call the police, and you say, hey, dead guy over there. I need an attorney, but here I am. You're going to be looking for me, or whatever it is. I had to defend myself. I had to leave. I wasn't safe. Whatever you have to say in that moment. But if you're not going to go to a police station or whatever, if you are not reporting your self-defense shooting, you are setting yourself up for a conviction. Even if you don't want to say anything. I had a guy got into a bar fight. He thought the guy was dead because the guy hit the ground and didn't wake up, and people were trying to wake him up, and he just was not waking up.
Right.
He woke up later and was fine, but this guy thought he killed somebody. And he didn't want to say anything because he was, I guess he watched the whole thing of keep your mouth shut. But he walked into a police station, said, "Hi, here's my name. I think you guys are looking for me. And I'm going to sit here and wait while you figure that out." And they said, "Well, why would we be looking for you?" And he said, "I got nothing to say."
Yep.
Like, smart guy, he's keeping his mouth shut. And they say, "Okay, why are we looking for?" And he's like, "Nope, I'm just going to sit here until you guys figure it out."
He's going to hang out in your lobby.
Yeah. And eventually they were like, "Oh, hey, turns out you're the guy that, was in that fight." And he's like, "I got nothing to say." But they arrested him, they processed him, and because it turned out nobody was dead, they cut him loose the same day.
Right.
But I mean, had he killed the guy, like, that thing of like, I at least turned myself in, is so much better than I fled for 6 months. And this excuse of I was looking for a lawyer, like, I am sorry, you dial any number in the phone book and you call like the first lawyer that says criminal defense, and they'll take you that day.
Yeah, who you want to be, by the way, the best criminal defense attorney on the planet, his name is Aaron Abramson. He's the first guy in the phone book. That's the guy who's going to get the most business.
Well, people always ask me, like, if I'm in custody, what lawyer should I call? And my advice is always, first choice is me. Second choice is whoever picks up the phone. Like, when you're in custody, you need a lawyer right away. And then after that, like, you can decide who you want to hire later, but it's not going to take you 6 months. Like, even if you just, hire somebody, and if you decide you hate that guy later, you can fire him. Like, it's not that hard to get a lawyer.
Yeah, you got to get someone to help you, even if you don't retain them for the rest of the case, to navigate that initial interview. Because, and this is what I tell people when I talk about what to do. I live in the liberal hellhole of Minnesota, but my area is particularly Republican and conservative. And so there are a lot of gun carriers, a lot of hunters, but particularly a lot of concealed carry holders. And so I do little sessions for business owners and stuff about, how do you deal with the immediate aftermath of a self-defense shooting? One of the things I try and impress upon them is, if you have just shot someone in self-defense, you are in no mental state to make any statements on your own behalf.
Yeah.
You need an attorney you've got caveman brain. You can say a couple things, like you can call police and say, "Man dead, come get," or whatever. And then you need an attorney after that to help you navigate that. And I think there's nothing particularly wrong with making a statement like the same day or the next day when you're being interviewed by police with your attorney that says, my client had to act in self-defense here or whatever. But you can't go a week, a month, 6 months. You can't be in a different state and then come back on you can't be extradited back and then make your claim of self-defense. It's going to ring hollow.
I mean, I'm in Canada. So one of our premiers, the leaders of a province, made a comment, and he was talking about cows. But the comment he made was shoot, shovel, and shut up. And basically he was talking about, if your cow has mad cow, you just shoot the cow and then bury it, and you don't tell anybody, so then they don't shut your farm down and kill all your cows. It was bad advice with respect to cows, but it's terrible advice when people repeat this with respect to burglars. Because they'll say, somebody breaks into your house, you shoot them, you bury them. And it's like, do you think how it looks if the police find this guy 9 months later and he's buried in your farm?
Yeah.
Like, now they're not thinking self-defense shooting. They're thinking mob hit. Like,
right. It's wild. But yeah, the only time the shoot, shovel, and shut up works is if, there's no chance that they'll ever find a body. And the reality is there's always a chance that they'll find it. And if they do, then you've consigned yourself to a prison cell forever.
I mean, you should assume that Buddy, who's breaking into your house, while he was smoking up meth, was saying, you know what? You know that farm down the road, the one with the, the red barn? I bet they got all sorts of shit. I bet this guy's got, all sorts of tools I could sell. And then when his friend goes missing, eventually he ends up at the cops going, my friend went missing, and I bet I have information that could solve a murder. Do you think that'll let me out on my current possession of stolen property charge? And the cops are like, if you can give us a murder, we'll let you walk on that. And he says, well, yeah, the last thing he said was he was going to this, farm. He was going to break into that farm. Yeah. Like, you never know what's going to bury you. And it's just so, it's so damaging when you try to cover things up.
Absolutely. One Step Too Far says, dude, Nick, are you on weed? Oh, because my eyes were so bloodshot and red when I had the mistake of falling asleep for like 45 minutes. It was bad. And so my eyes were in physical pain, but I had to get the show going. DJD Show, welcome to Paralegal Status. Hey, what's up, buddy? Aaron Catron, thanks for the donation. Smokin' says, Nick, the beautiful prick. Angry Baneling says, rip your early streak. It died early at 4 out of 5. Pride or Honesty says, best 2 months ever. Patrick Mahomey says, it was recently my mother's 80th birthday. Can I get a shout out to my Mama O from the Drunk Lawyer? P.S. I am younger than the quadragenarian lawyer. Patrick Mahomey. Shout out to Mama O. I hope you're still awake for this. It's that was sent a long time ago. So shout out to her. Very cool. 80th birthday. Oh my God, it's Dana says, I've been waiting for your night stream to talk me to sleep. I'm a teacher and got legit in writing death threats this week, and admin doesn't care. Kid is still in my class. Sleep has not been easy. Damn. Man, oh my God, it's Dana. Keep yourself safe. Hopefully that's just some silly kid antics and not real, but please make sure you're safe there. Stooge Movenstuven, welcome to Paralegal Status. Lick Ricotta says, beta. Thane Cotter says, I read Ronnie O'Neill III escaped custody. Police say is hiding in the Houston area under the alias of D. Ivory Lamar. Is B. Ivory Lamar, I think. I think it's B. Yeah, it's B. Ivory Lamar. Dan says, appreciate you, Nick. Hey, back at you, buddy. Larry Bernard says, old and busted Nick Rekieta, cover lawsuits, new hotness Nick Rekieta, draw lawsuits from major corporation. I'm proud of you, Nick. Glad to know you. Kevin Speaks on it, says, my friend Matt died today of heroin overdose. Please pray for his mom. Never thought I'd make a GoFundMe. He had nothing, no life insurance, etc. I don't know where to post link to it. Pray for his mom. Chat. Thanks, Kevin. Damn. Sorry to hear that, Kevin. That is, drugs are nasty and they're life destroyers.
Well, and the fentanyl that's coming in it's killing a lot of people.
Yep.
Because people think they're getting heroin and it's cut with fentanyl and they just drop. It's
no thanks. And it's funny because all of this comes from, it all stems from making opium illegal, because that's where heroin becomes the concentrate of opiate. And then now we've progressed past that into fentanyl, and it's awful.
Well, and it's the old, what's the adage? Prohibition gets you harder drugs.
Yep.
And, because if you're going to smuggle a suitcase of something, you want it to be as concentrated as possible. So people ask me, how do I solve gun violence? And I'm like, legalize drugs. You'll take all the money out of it and that'll end it. But, how do you... It used to be that opiates were legal and people consumed tinctures of laudanum, which were like this tiny percentage of opiates. But then once it's banned, you got people shooting it into their arms, and it's...
Well, and remember that the reason they made opium legal was because there was a bunch of lazy, smelly, sweaty people laying around in opium dens smoking until they fell unconscious.
Yeah.
And that was as bad as it really got.
Well, because if you're smoking it like that, it's hard to kill yourself if it's just like raw opium that they were smoking. You'll pass out before you die.
It's like weed. It's it's basically impossible to overdose on weed in large part. I don't think there's any actual legitimate recorded cases of overdose on weed because your body will just shut you down before you get there. You can't consume that much THC fast enough. You just knock out. But yeah, it's like, well, you got rid of one societal ill of opium dens, and then what you created was heroin and now fentanyl, which has been the cause of death of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people over the years. And it's really awful. Quicks DC614 says, RE Brain Witch Eric Allen, good chat. The Man's Reality Podcast says, hi, Nick. We're having our 4th child, 3 girls. Hopefully this one is a boy, but keep up the good work. What is the cheapest way to get into Warhammer? Don't. That's the only cheap way to get into Warhammer.
Most expensive plastic on the planet.
If you want to get into if you want to play the game, there's no cheap. The cheapest way is to draw on paper your figures and buy a couple of the like codexes or whatever, and buy like digital editions of the codexes for the rules, and then draw like some representations on paper of the figures. Lots of people do that for units that they can't afford, or if they can't afford an army that they want to make, they just create a representation of it. You don't have to have the official plastic. But if you don't care about playing the game, the books aren't that expensive and they're good. I mean, when I say good, they're pulp sci-fi good. They're fun books. One Step Too Far says, Racky loves Emily. Kurt Terry says, someone please tell Branca to stop going after Michael Malice. It never ends well for him. Larry Bernard says, I'm waiting for the next trials of Donald Trump when they happen for Nick to cover them. Are you familiar with the Green Bay sweep plan Trump allegedly used? Have you covered the theory behind it? Nope, not at all. 365 Days of Cooking says, here's $2 to support the fight. Thank you, 365 Days of Cooking. Lord Vader says, who is this lawn crime which you referred to, and what did you do to piss them off? Lawn crime sounds like the HOA lawn police. Kayla says, oh, look at me stirring the pot. P.S. Thanks for saying my name right. Hey, you're welcome. Thanks for being here. Twilight Dragon says, I heard that Greer reached out to you and offered to help you with some filing. Is that true? If so, it'll be the dream team. No, he'd never offered to help me with a filing. But you've seen that was sent before we covered it. Timothy Reaper says, in that clip I sent, she drives around town with a loudspeaker calling someone a Jew. You should check it out. Campaign Confessions 2 at 2407-2518. I don't want to pull that up on this stream. It's already late. Sam Walther says, I like to think she found you from my incessant trolling of law and crime. How dare they imply you told me to go do that? I can do stupid shit on my own. Thanks. Who's she? Bad Dragonite says, spent the day with hard, shocking pains in my neck and ears today. I now relate way too goddamn much with Angron, and that may be worse than the pain itself. Yes, Angron's the only known case in all of creation where an abortion was warranted is Angron. K. Lio says, Branca is a high point, Malice is a sig. V-Sync says, rather refer them to reply given in Arkle versus Presdrum. I don't know what that is. I believe you. Lindsay says, law and crime is for comatose patients. Ricada law is for everyone else. 200 Watt Studio says, I told Law and Crime that not only are they mentally deficient, but they also probably let their wives drive them around in their own car.
He's never going to live that down, is he?
I will never let him live that down. I'm going to bring it up all the time. I have a disability, and it is, I will laugh at a joke long after everybody else is done with it. And that's okay, because I tell jokes to make me laugh. Frankly, I hope other people will laugh along, but it's mostly for me. Maxentius Decimius says, came here after seeing that Law and Crime pussies wanted to F with you. We stand strong against pussies. Thank you. Venray Lal says, law and mentally disabled are really giving this situation their best. True Anana Shabbat, a bad pressure, bad calf care says, I'm excitedly waiting for the follow-up stream with your tree lawyer. Gingerfinger says, I don't understand how they can do this when you have a handle of lawyers. Cheers to the inevitable lulls we will get from this. Debated. Nick Brash says, never cared about law in my life until the Kyle Rittenhouse case. Now I'm going back to your old videos. Thank you, Nick. I am also Nick and panel. Hey, thanks, buddy. Angry Bellsprout says, when I watched MSNBC in university. Dan Abrams was one of my favorite hosts. To know he has turned into this much of a urine baby is shameful. Gingerfinger says, I still argue that it should be a handle of lawyers for a panel. Maybe I still like invoice personally, but I hate the term law tube. I hate the term law tube so much. I hate it because sometimes I use it on accident and it makes me hate it more. Angry Bellsprout says, we all know it is a grift of lawyers. Venray Lal says, followed Branca's advice and decided to get hard, still going over 4 hours later. Very dangerous. Talk to your doctor about that. Not applicable says, Branca, do that judge impression 4 more times, please. His Borowski impression is really funny.
I missed that, but I may have to watch the old stream because I couldn't watch it today. I was busy in court, but
there was some lightning moments. First of all, the defense counsel got their paralegal banned from the courtroom for the rest of the trial.
Oh, how'd that happen?
Well, so you remember yesterday, I think it was, the defense counsel's paralegal may have represented herself as a police officer to one of the witnesses. So he's like, now she's a potential witness in this case. You made her a witness in the case. So compound that with today when they were about to do a cross-exam of the wife. And this, I didn't talk about this enough on the stream. Maybe I'll talk about it on Monday too. But when you're trying to introduce evidence, you almost never want to introduce evidence on cross because the witness can just refuse to lay foundation for you and you can't get your evidence in. You want to be doing this on direct. You want to have your own witness to do it on direct. But what they wanted to do was introduce the profile picture and bio section from Facebook for the deceased to prove his character for violence. Because they believed that when the wife said that he was a guy who solved he solved conflicts, like he's a negotiator and a conflict solver, that she kicked open the door to attack his character for violence. And
that's a brave strategy.
It's bold, but here's what's even better. The line from his bio that they wanted to introduce was just the only thing it said was, we might not get, or we either probably won't get along, or we won't get along, or we might not get along. That's what it said on his Facebook page. So that's it. But they sent their paralegal to go screenshot and print off that bio picture. So then she comes traipsing into court with these pictures that they want to introduce as evidence. And the judge is like, whoa. What? How do we authenticate these? And like, well, our paralegal just printed them off. Oh, so she's a witness now. You've again made her a witness because you can't just, because you're going to have to authenticate these things. And their thought was they would get the screenshots, they would bring them and ask them to the wife to have her authenticate whether or not it was a true and accurate representation. And the judge wasn't having any of that shit. So he says, now she's a witness in this case and she's banned from the courtroom until she's testifying. So they got her thrown out for nothing. Necromancer says she explicitly said he was peaceful. And the funny thing is, Necromancer, if they had properly tried to introduce evidence of him being not peaceful, they may have been able to do it. If they had a video of him fighting someone that they wanted to introduce, but they don't have anything like that. The closest that they had was the random witness that the judge already excluded in limine, who came out way later and said, oh yeah, I went to the bar all the time with this guy and I saw him being basically a brash, abrasive asshole or something, which is specific acts and not reputation. But if they had anything to talk about his character for violence or not peacefulness, they could have brought it. This just wasn't it. This Facebook line.
I always wince when I see people using their assistants or paralegals for these purposes.
Yep.
Because, do you really want somebody up on the stand who is intimately familiar with your practice and the case? It's like, okay, all you want them to do is authenticate this picture, but what happens if they say something dumb? I have brought people in to authenticate a picture off of Facebook, and it's like, where's what do you do? It's like, I'm just a friend of Runkle's who asked me to look on a thing on Facebook. I know nothing.
He paid me $50 to go do this thing, to print off something from Facebook. Here it is. Here's the date and time that I printed it off. I used the screen capture function on Microsoft. Here you go. At the time that I did this, it was accurate to what was on the screen. I don't know what's on the screen now. I haven't checked it since that date. Done. You've laid the foundation for the picture. Simple. And then don't ask any other questions, so that on cross, that's all they're limited to that. Okay. So you went and looked at this on what date? You manipulate? Do you know how to manipulate images or whatever? They could try and you discredit it, but they're going to have trouble. But yeah.
And,
so they
in the US, can you have an exhibit marked for identification purposes?
No, real quick, Necromancer, I didn't think you came off as pro-defense or abrasive. No, I wasn't meaning to argue with you. I was just saying that you raised a good point. They just failed completely. Sorry, what did you ask, Runkle?
So here we can have an exhibit marked as either an exhibit, or you can have something marked for identification purpose. So let's say I show you a picture and I say, is this from your Facebook? And you say, no, it's not. I'd be like, I want this marked for identification purposes. So it's not a court exhibit yet. It's not part of the record, but it's a specifically identified item, so that later I can bring a witness and say, what is this? And they can go, oh yeah, that's from their Facebook. And then it ties it all together. I don't know about court processes there.
I think how we handle it in Minnesota is if you can't authenticate it at present, and you're going to have to introduce it later, then you just have to introduce it later. That's just how it goes. You can sometimes present something to a witness and not publish it to the jury, right? And the witness can, like, if you need to refresh their recollection or something, you can maybe do that. But as far as I'm aware here in Minnesota, I can't speak for any other jurisdictions. What we do, you introduce the evidence by laying the foundation. If you can't lay the foundation now, you have to lay it later. So you always try and get your stuff in where you can. And if you're having to do it on cross, hope that they are compliant. That's what you got. STFU FFS says, who the hell is Nick Requeta? You mean Rick Nikeda? Charles the Hammer says, Law and Crime violated Drew Hernandez's copyright when they showed his footage in the Rittenhouse case then. STFU says, is add a watermark sufficiently transformative? No. Z. Michael Gelke says, oh, Nick R. is using a Florida firm. Ironic, considering that a Florida lawyer was promoting filing false DMCAs on LawTube a week ago. I think you guys are more talk than principle. What Florida lawyer was promoting filing false DMCAs on LawTube a week ago? Also, like, just because there's one Florida lawyer who's an idiot doesn't mean they all are. Like, so the only Florida lawyer I know of on LawTube, whatever that means, is Legal Mindset. When was he promoting? When was he promoting the filing of false DMCAs?
I don't think so. I mean, he'd have to leave his bathroom to do that, so I can't see that.
Oh, they're bitter at Legal Mindset for Fresh and Fit. Oh, okay. It's a Fresh and Fit thing.
Oh, I don't know that T.
Yeah, I barely know about it. But you realize that Legal Mindset is a Miami lawyer or whatever over in Korea. That's fine. That I hired a different attorney several hundred miles away from a different firm. I don't get what that would implicate in any way. That connection doesn't make any sense to me. But okay. Oh, he had the Fresh and Fit dude on. Okay, so Fresh and Fit are filing the false DMCAs or something. Okay, I think he knows them. So he had him on. Did they talk about DMCAs? Did he say you should file false DMCAs? I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care. Whatever he does is on his own, but I can't accept at face value the characterization without knowing more about it. So it also has nothing to do with who I hired. So I'm supposed to not hire a copyright attorney that I know because a different attorney in a different part of the state said something about DMCA's. Okay.
I don't understand personally, but
AA Ron says, I think it was the YouTube channel Armed Scholar that told me of your channel. Cool. STFU says, Runkle of the Bailey is tantamount to a brick maker trying to lay claim on the buildings made from their bricks. It's socialism one-on-one. Oh, it's, not is. I said Runkle of the Bailey is, but they're saying Runkle of the Bailey tagging you. It's tantamount. Okay, gotcha. Sam Adams 73 says, we here at Chatterbait request you gently yank down your rebroadcast of Mr. Murphy's Dark Side of His Moon rendition. It's fairly used.
oh, that guy has made himself hilarious.
Oh yeah. Yep, he's gone radio silent as far as I can tell. I haven't seen him pop up.
Should have done that a long time ago.
Yep, he should have done that immediately. Actually, no, he just shouldn't have blown up at Sidney Watson, and he should have said, "Hey, you know what? Different part of my life. I don't advocate that stuff. It was damaging, and I'm trying to move on and help men lead men to a better life than where I was."
Or hell, even if he owned it and said, "You know what? That is totally what I'm into." Like,
yeah.
Get in
my booty.
I'd have so much more respect for any other strategy other than just like freak. And like, she's just reading super chats, dude. Like,
yeah,
like,
yeah, I can do a Jack Murphy impression. This is really good.
I'm into pegging.
This thing is terrible. T-Pain. I can do this one. What's this? This one's a little more tame. All right, anyway. I'll turn that off. Atlas DeSnyder says, Law and Crime's pronouns are court/TV. SDFU says, blaze a trail, sue them for tortious incompetence. WA says, Ian, how applicable would Andrew's course be to Canadian law?
When it talks about specific aspects of U.S. law, it's not applicable. But when it talks about like general principles of like what is and isn't a good idea, I think a lot of it is applicable. I actually would recommend it to Canadian lawyers, even though you'll say, hey, listen, like the U.S. aspects don't apply here. You don't need to know which states are stand your ground and which states are not in different definitions of stand your ground. But in terms of things like, how to respond, like all of that is, I think, really solid stuff. And I mean, there's lots of people out there who talk about self-defense and what you should and shouldn't do and that kind of thing. And, I don't agree with anybody 100% except me. And that's probably not even true. But I think he nailed it better than anybody. So
yeah, he's great. People should check out that course. The Bannered Mayor says, would you go on Sydney and Elijah's show, Ricada Law? I will be on Sydney and Elijah's show, the You Are Here podcast, on February 10th. I'll be there in studio. So really looking forward to it. Absolutely. Patrick Allen says, Ty Beard in chat needs a link. I don't think he's in chat anymore. God, I hope not, for that poor man's sake. Brandon Raymond says, take my money. Enough said. Kelly B says, am I the only one that thinks it's hilarious? Law and Crime attempting legal pressure on a lawyer with the public backing of 5 to 10 other attorneys. Jessica Mulvaney says, Nick and Andrew, please have a drink and toast for my birthday tomorrow. Love the stream. Discovered you all during Rittenhouse, and now I'm hooked. I'll get a little toast going for you, Jessica Mulvaney. I know I'm really supposed to be going through these faster. We're getting there. We're getting there.
I'm not helping.
You are helping, actually, because if it weren't for you and Andrew and Legal Bites and Kurt popping in, I would have been dead, tired. Once you guys got in and started interacting with me, I woke up quite a bit. Now I'm like juiced, which is probably bad news for my tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be me sleeping till like 8 p.m.
Oh, well, so here in Canada, this big case dropped and I had to do a video on it today. and I didn't wake up until like the afternoon because I was up late working on stuff. And by that time, 9 people had emailed me a copy of the case, and I was just like, "Oh, what am I doing with my life?"
So here we go. Jessica Mulvaney, happy birthday tomorrow, Jessica. Thank you for being here tonight. Cheers. Stephen McDade says, in the About Us section of Law and Crime's website, there's an email address for licensing inquiries for trial footage. You're going to destroy their business model. Good. I'm not, though. You have to, I mean, no, you don't necessarily have to. If they have an ownership interest in their content, if they actually are able to generate a copyright, they can't on Rittenhouse and they can't on, on Potter, but maybe they can claim that somewhere else. Then people have to add a sufficient level of commentary. They can't just take it. I'm not just broadcasting the Law and Crime stream. I'm not representing that the stream that I'm doing is from Law and Crime. I'm not doing any of these things to infringe on their copyright. I'm taking a video and I'm commenting quite a bit and adding a bunch of other people to also comment on the said video. That is transformative use. There's a whole bunch of other fair use factors we could go through. I did some of it the other night, and if Law and Crime tries to respond, my lawyer will do it much more articulately than me. Silky Johnson says, Nick, I miss Streamlabs and Kool-Aid Man's exploits. Wonder what his holiday was like. Blow out the back of Law and Crime for being on the Ron Soye of LawTube. Martha B, thank you for the donation. Sam Walter says, broadcast audio visual engineer here. Would love to reach out and tell you how I knew how effed they were from a technical standpoint. Email for viewers. Sam, you can go ahead and email me. I'm not going to read it tonight, but my email is ricadalaw@ricada.org. It's in the description if you want to do that. Bogey 34 says, going to be a short show. 5 lawyers later, F Law and Crime. Paddock SA says, if they claim video from Edgecombe, then they are the ones that did show the jury on live stream. That video was actually from the court, I believe. But yeah, I don't know. Next, he says, Law and Crime. Hey, I copy and pasted the feed first. That's, yeah, kind of. IO, the King of Games, says, is this the Justice League of Lawyers?
Let's go with
yes. Yeah. STFU says, that's the smell of tortious interference, Law and Crime. Bad Dragonite says, pooled content to think Tim produced all of that. Eric Winberg says, damn, look at this panel. Hail, Ricada Law and all. Thumbs up, fire, fire, fire. El Gonzo 1000 says, alcohol floats on water, so good luck using water. Yeah, it's a ton of water you need to put out an ethanol fire. It's like you have to dilute it. It's like 500 gallons to 1 or something like that to put it out. It's a huge pain. Like it's impractical. I was just pointing at that there is some amount. It's just an impractical amount. Zyna X122 says, link to that GoFundMe for bots. I'm a filthy gamer, so I wish to donate. I don't have it handy. Sorry. Maybe Bots is still in the chat and can tell you how to find it. Vashan Koog says, launch the M/V Fluffer Boy onto Woodcock Lake. STFU
sync.
Oh, yes. The Fluffer Boy. STFU says public trials are foundational to the 6th Amendment. I think they're just foundational to the idea of transparent courts. Yeah, and I guess, yeah, the 6th Amendment, the 4th through 6th Amendments, frankly, just I think due process is honored by a transparent court. I think your right to confront your accusers is honored by a transparent court. And it's the public's check to make sure the court is allowing the rights of the citizenry. Or respecting them. Baltimore Street News says, you made my ACL surgery not suck that bad. Hey, cool. Very happy for that. Sarah Marie says, the stupidest thing one could possibly do is attack a channel that has 8 to 10 lawyers input per day commenting on that day's hot topic. Very stupid. Jessica Mulvaney says, people on your channel don't want their commentary. Most people are sick of the mainstream media and the race baiting leftist narrative BS. LG Frey says, thanks for another night of great entertainment. Wife had her first kid about 2 hours ago. Now I'm trying to sleep on some shitty hospital cot. Dude, the hospital, like the garbage folding couch where the mattress folds down. Now you're laying like 4 feet up with a drop onto a hard floor. It doesn't make any sense that they would put that in a hospital. I hate that thing. They give you one sheet. And they turn the air way down in the rooms. It's like 63 degrees and you have one shitty bed sheet. You're like curled up under it. And in Minnesota, we had so many of our babies in the winter. You're right next to a big ass window all the time with this couch, this big, like 8-foot wide window that goes all the way up to the ceiling. And there's frost on the bottom of it because it's like 12 below zero outside. It's badly sealed. It's a single pane glass. And you're just like, I hate life. Oh God, bring a blanket. Look, if you have to be overnight at a hospital in the north, bring a blanket.
I mean, as a Canadian, I think we just have better windows here because if they didn't insulate the windows, people would die.
Angry Baneling says, have you heard of duvets? Yeah, they don't. When you get to the hospital, they don't give you a duvet. They give you a sheet. They give you like some little thin piece of garbage blanket. Bring your own. Bring a nice, comfy blanket. Dennis Pettit says, as noted, Law and Crime will not be as successful as Nick. Nick created the legal commentary genre. I would be bored to death watching a trial without Nick. K. Shiloh Williams says, Attorney Tom is easy to bait. Just hire a cosplay girl to step on him. AZ Beauty 7 says, glad I finally made it. Thank you, Ricada Law, for bringing us the live trial of Edgecombe. Great commentary. Keep it going. La Petite Papillion says, hey, I'm in my first year of law in Australia. Any advice other than don't do it? My advice is not don't do it. My advice is only do it if you want to practice law, if that's what you want to do, because don't do it for money. Don't do it for any other purpose. You want to practice law, help people in that way, whatever way you choose. There's tons, but if that's what you want to do, go do it. The other advice I have is don't get wrapped up in what other people are doing. Do your stuff. If you have the opportunity to explore internships or whatever, take them if you can. But balance your life and your studies, and the main thing that you're going to do is work your ass off when you get out.
Do it because you love it, not because you think you're going to get rich, not because of any of this stuff. Because if you don't love it, you're going to hate your life. And the other thing I'll warn people is think about whether or not you're willing to make the sacrifices for the principles you want to take. Because I saw lots of people in law school who were like, I'm going to save the trees. I'm going to get into environmental law. I want to save the trees. And I watched almost every single one of them. And there's one person who's an exception. And I got tremendous respect for this guy, but he lives a much more frugal life. But almost every one of those people who focused on environmental law works for a mining company or a gas company or whatever else. And so I'm going to save the trees became like, so think about it. Like, if you think that you're going in for a principle, are you willing to make the sacrifices necessary for that principle?
Yep. Because if your mission is global literacy, guess what you're not doing? Collecting those personal injury dollars.
Yeah. I mean, you will see colleagues of yours from law school who are driving real nice cars. And, you might be staying in some crappy apartment going, well, I'm doing what matters to me. And if that is enough to make you happy,
do it.
Absolutely. But otherwise, think real hard. So
also, please, finally, expose the fraud that is Australia's existence. I need someone on the inside. That's what I need. Eclipse Warlord says, about how much does Anime Matsuri cost you each year? Suggestions for first-time goers. I usually go as a guest at the convention, so attending for me is usually not a cost. The only cost I would have is like not doing shows as often during the convention, and any personal expenses I would have if I buy stuff for food and junk like that. But
it's that deal. Did you buy a lot of body pillows or?
No, So when the Vic Mignogna situation hit, I was a big go-to channel for that, which had a lot of overlap with the anime community.
Right.
And what they found was that they would wake up in the morning and there would suddenly be a bunch of ticket sales. And then someone finally said, yeah, this Rekieta Law guy keeps mentioning you. And they're like, every time they have these big spikes in ticket sales, they would go back and look, and I would have mentioned them on the live stream, and people would, decide to go. Cause they were the first convention to actually, or they were the one convention when he was being canceled from everywhere who says, no, we're going to keep him. And then other conventions after that started to keep him too, once they found out that there was someone else and they weren't going to be alone, because Anime Matsuri is a big show and they don't need Funimation voice actors to put on their production and to bring 50, 60,000 people into this convention. They can do that without Funimation, without Crunchyroll or whoever. So they did that. And then I was like, hey, if you guys want to see Vic, if you want to support shows that are doing this and standing up against this mob crap, here's one. And then people were buying tickets. So they're like, hey, you want to come speak? Like, hell yeah, that sounds fun. So, and then they brought me back this past year, and they're bringing me back this year, and I'm going to be talking about it as soon as I can. And we got things a little more finalized. It's going to be big. It's going to be big. It's going to be nothing that you guys expect. It's going to be great. It's not going to just be a panel. I love doing panels, but it's not going to, I'll probably do a panel, but it's not going to just be a panel. It's going to be something bigger with more things. And it's going to be fun. Cool. But suggestion for first time goers, look, I don't know how much, I don't know what your comfort spending level is, but like the 4-day super pass or whatever, it's like $200, and you got to get a hotel. So it does cost some money, but go, how much time can you spend? It's fun. There's a lot of things to do there, especially if you like anime, but I'll be there all the days. So if you want to just come see me, you can go one day, but I would recommend going multiple. Pranav Oja says, Mr. Runkle, Canadian gun and self-defense makes me feel good about Indian law, and we're a third world country.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Alita, please do a review of bad legal takes and legal memes. Thanks, Uncle Nick. Chief Slingin' Beef says, mods ban Nick for spamming. Question mark says, my secret passphrase is, I wonder how this might affect a Canadian. Wyatt Knutson says, cheers from northern Minnesota. It's always a treat to get insight on legal matters while talking shit at the same time. But also, why do we live up here? The weather sucks. More reasons to drink. Dude, when I woke up yesterday, it's negative 18. I was like, God, this state is terrible. Terrible. Negative 18 Fahrenheit, by the way, is pretty damn cold. Pretty damn cold. Bad Dragonite says, always remember, kids, law and crime never pays. Koi540 says, quick, everyone donate more so Nick's average damages are even higher against law and crime. Roman Harlan says, can't wait for Law and Crime to do a transcript of the Chaz trial to find out how many times Nick mentions eating their parents.
All the times.
17F says, was catching up and caught your rant about Law Twitter /LawTube. Question, whatever is wrong with the invoice? It's short, catchy, and a bit humorous. No, I like it. I like the invoice. It's just people have said LawTube so much that you sometimes drop into it. Tara Rayner says, Fauci is coming for toddlers. Next will be in vitro. Planned Parenthood approves this message. Purgatory is too good for these demons. JK Wynn says, fun day. Showed friends your stream. Got sub playing game with Crext. Was crazy. Had switched to beer. Not die from bourbon. And Rye dropped super chat for Joe. Ride at Eric. Amazing. Damn. Chris Gonzalez says, what are your thoughts on Nick Fuentes being subpoenaed by the January 6th committee? Look, let me get this out of the way. I have differences of opinion with Nick Fuentes. People said that I wouldn't talk to him. Actually, I don't know if I've ever publicly said that. Maybe I have. I don't know. I don't know if I'd talk to him or not. What I do know is when other people asked him if he would talk to me, he said, no, that guy's lame. So, which is fine. But that being said, I have differences of opinion with Nick Fuentes. nothing that's happening to Nick Fuentes as far as like frozen bank accounts, alleged no-fly lists, January 6th subpoenas, all of that shit is political bullshit of the highest order. And I don't care how many disagreements I have with anybody. Injustice, political pandering bullshit is still unjust political pandering bullshit. And so if there is a subpoena against him for something, they better be damn solid on what it is and what they're asking and very specific. And I highly doubt that they are. So that's my thing. So, if you want me to say that he's a political target, I'll say it all day. And I think that it's stupid. And I can't see like why the government would be scared of Nick Fuentes. It doesn't make sense to me, like why he's so terrifying to them. He's a guy with some political opinions that other people don't like. So fucking what? Phil Abudi says, what happened with Russell Greer? We covered it. El Rojo Grande says, sorry, Runkle, you seem like a smart guy, but on a cell phone size screen in 240p, you look like a rather masculine lady. Have a new sub as apologies.
I'll take it.
Kidda says, Runkle, if I recall correctly, they threw the armorer off the set and did it without her on site. COVID rules, I think. I have no idea. JK Wynn says, is Hawaii mandate legal? Was going to visit family. They said, I have to get Fauci juice, but no manlet, Fredo, pedo, juicy, poochie, get me Lucy, med or religious exemption. You could try a religious exemption to anything. As far as I know, the religious exemption has been one of the most successful ways to get around this stuff. But I don't know you have to do it in like every state for everything that you want to do. Megan Hurst says, I was a subscriber of Law and Crime for years as a mid-30-year-old female who loves to sleep to murder trials. Unsubscribe because I don't support dumb. Wow. That's crazy. I mean, not crazy what you did. It's just crazy to see what they're doing to themselves.
They're burning their own house down.
I can never understand this stuff. DeHobbs9 says, John Schneider, Bo Duke did 2 excellent YouTube videos. Oh, thank you. About me? I'll have to check him out. Mike, or maybe they're just saying this guy did 2 excellent YouTube videos in a complete vacuum. That's what he has done.
I mean, I think ultimately the thing about like Law and Crime is like they look at somebody like you and they go, this guy's eating our lunch. And, when, if I'm sitting there as a YouTuber and I've got like, I think I had like 25,000 subs when I first, came on the channel, I could be like, hey, this Ricada guy, he's so much more successful. I hate him. And that gets me nothing. Like that just gets me bitterness and stupidity. Or I could be like, hey, reach out a hand in friendship and everybody benefits. Like, you just, if you go around taking swings at everybody on the planet, you're going to, like, it just is so dumb. Most people just want to be friendly.
He did 2 videos on Alec Baldwin. There you go. John Schneider did 2 videos on Alec Baldwin. So thank you for clarifying. Yeah, the collaborative approach is better. I've watched a couple of these gates, right? Like Gamergate. I was not online much during Gamergate, and I kind of only saw it in the after effects, but Comicsgate, and then I guess I was the source of Anime Gate or whatever. And there were like during Comicsgate specifically, there were these multiple schisms and people fell into like dramatic infighting. And all I was thinking was like, you have a money printer. That's all you do is like live stream and make comic books to an audience who wants to buy your stuff. They want to buy your comic book because they want to support independent creators. They like the storytellers that they're buying from. They like the artists that they're buying from. Why are you fighting with each other and dividing up this audience? Stop it. It drove me nuts. I'm like,
it's like, hey, can we find a way to make less money? Let's get on that.
Yeah. Yep. That's yeah. And the Law and Crime thing, again, if they could certainly get in on this sort of market that was accidentally built during Rittenhouse. It happened to be on my stream, but I attribute most of that success to the other people, like the panel of people that kept coming on, and we kept being able to do something no one had ever seen. What Law and Crime should be doing is finding out how to get in, bring in people from, I don't care if they even don't ever bring in me, but start bringing in people from the panel or whatever, offer it to other lawyers, make something, expand the community in the market that's clearly there. Because right now, like this Theodore Edgecombe case, the Rittenhouse case was huge because it was a big national thing. Theodore Edgecombe case, the past 2 days, I've had 7,500 live viewers for like 8 straight hours watching this case that no one's ever heard of. Because people just like it.
Interested in this stuff, and that's because you make it interesting, right? Like Law and Crime can't compete with this because ultimately, watching trials is super boring a lot of the time. They're just, and especially if you're a layperson, because something that you and I might watch and be like, oh, this is a big deal. Like, is this piece of evidence going to be admitted? This is a critical turning point. Or, why isn't this lawyer objecting? That's something that a layperson might see and just be like, how do you, if you're a layperson, see that a lack of objection is a big deal?
Well, Runkle, frankly, our lack of objections or whatever, as it's being characterized online, it's really a trial strategy option that we took. It's how I do things. I don't really get around in the whole objection. I find it objectionable, frankly, Your Honor. Sorry. Mike Sullivan says, if this actually goes to court, I think Nick will win by a nose. Phoenix Lord Asserman says, here's some cash for the lips. Good luck when he sues you, Nick. Question mark says, union lawyers are not good people. Never trust them to represent you. And I wasn't saying that it depends on your union lawyer. It depends on your collective bargaining agreement. If you're not in an at-will state, or if you are in an at-will state but have a collective bargaining agreement, that agreement could very well be binding on your employment. So that's what I was talking about there. Phoenix Lord Asserman, legal bites for the love of God. Don't feel bad for Russ. He will write you a song and demand a date to Olive Garden. Crim Sunnier says chronic nose disorder. What?
If he sues you, will you settle for a twofer?
Probably. Cynthia says, Nick, get Angry Baneling and C. Goody under control. 2 of your mods went to war with each other, especially epically stupid. Love, Karen. Cynthia, C. Goody and Angry Baneling, they're the state and East Asia or whatever from 1984. They're always at war. C. Goody and Angry Baneling have always been at war. Know this, they're mods and they're gay. So, and I mean gay, not having nothing to do with sexuality, but everything to do with them being gay mods. That's what they do. That's how they go. That's how they do it. Joel Reese says, I would love to see Greer in Angry Judge's court. Oh my God. Every judge becomes Angry Judge when Greer's in court. 2D Harem King Jack says, Russ is the gift that keeps on giving, but no one wants. Tea and Biscuit Gaming says, morning, I'm a UK law student doing American law module this term. Any court case should I research about? Big fan from the Kyle court case.
Chris Chan.
The Chris Chan case coming up. Yes, that'd be wonderful. Tea and Biscuit Gaming. I don't know. It depends. That's such a broad topic. Are you talking about new court cases or ongoing court cases or old ones? There's a bunch of great ones. If you really want to look into a case that I find to be very interesting, it's Map versus Ohio, right? I think it's versus Ohio. Yeah. Read Map versus Ohio and the history of Map versus Ohio. But also, you might need to read Katz, K-A-T-Z. It's cited in Map versus Ohio. Read those. Learn about the Fourth Amendment and how the U.S. applies it. Fourth Amendment law is fascinating, and it's in many ways it's often a source of those technical acquittals that people get, the technical dismissals, wins on a technicality. But you'll also find in equal measure a stretching of the Fourth Amendment that would make yoga practitioners blush. So I think Map versus Ohio is a great place to start, and it'll lead you to Katz and Wong Sun Kim. No, not in Wong Sun Kim. Is that Fruit of the Poisonous Tree? something like that. And Wong Kim Ark, I think, is the immigration one. I don't know. But anyway, just start at Map versus Ohio and dig around. You'll find some good stuff. Fourth Amendment law is fascinating. You'll find out that all of our modern technology Fourth Amendment law is based on bullshit from forever ago. Wolfgang says, he said, while not on anxiety meds, how the hell does that work? Like the meds are for you to do anxiety provoking things, not after you do them. El Gonzo says, here's to Runkle for being kind, even to those who don't deserve it. Crenshaw was the biggest disappointment since Barrett. 200 Watt Studio says, I do leather work. Runkle's Tinder. Philip Booty says, do you talk about your leather on your channel?
Not usually, because the problem if you start talking about multiple things is that YouTube tanks in terms of the algorithm. So I am going to try to talk more about some of my hobbies and stuff on my locals so that I don't mess up my my algorithm.
Yeah. Wait, if you ever get a logoless bow, you gotta like leather work a quiver for it, right?
I probably would have to. And I've got people telling me I have to buy a bow, so I might actually go shopping.
Like don't get a compound, but get like a long recurve bow or something, like
full on longbow.
Yeah, you got to do it. I think that'd be great. I think that'd be phenomenal locals content, especially you're out there like shooting arrows at stuff and
trying to shoot a target and completely sucking.
and show people like how you make the quiver. That'd be cool, man. I'd watch that. Jonathan Duger says, Google Alabama snake for peak hilarity. Snake pastor tries to kill his wife with one of his snakes. It happened near where I live. It's awesome. Chuck Ross says, it would be hilarious to bring on some of the other law tubers to cover future lull suits, like a Normie React sort of thing. Quicks DC 614 says, Runkle, have you seen / used Mantis Blackbeard?
I don't know what that is.
Me either. Would that be allowed in Canadian land? We have no idea. Tea and Biscuit Gaming says, morning from the UK, third-year law student doing American law module. Any advice on a good website for court cases? Take my loyalty pounds. Well, you could go on Pacer, I guess, or Oye, OYEZ, or Case Text, I think, is a relatively free. But just, I don't know. I have Westlaw research tools, but you can actually, here's a good way to do something. If you want to learn about a particular aspect of American law, like particular constitutional amendment or whatever, type like First Amendment Wikipedia and then go grab some of the case names that they mention as foundational cases and start there. And as you go through those, they're going to start citing other cases in those cases, and you can read those and get more of a robust thing. Don't do the Wikipedia for the case analysis, but if you Google the name of the case, you're going to find a bunch of sources of the original opinion. And the Supreme Court, I think, publishes its own or all of its opinions on the Supreme Court website. So Nick says, Saturday night is first year of my mother passing. COPD, emphysema, lung cancer. Don't smoke, folks. Rip Deborah. Oh, man. Sorry to hear that, buddy. Tara Rayner says, in Canadian news, Saskatchewan-born Hockey Hall of Famer Clark Gillies has died. Rip to him and Meatloaf. Also, Louis Anderson. Angry Bainling says, hey, nice short stream you got there, Nikki. It'd be a shame if almost 4 hours happened to it. Rip your plans of getting sleep. Almost 5 hours now. Nick says, this is Ballistic Burrito, by the way. Oh, hey, what's up, man? Bad Dragonite says, Grunkle and Racket should stream 7 Days to Die. Stephen Oglesby says, is Logoless taking Trudeau to Isengard? Pink Panther says, tell Justin to watch out. The CIA hates Castros. Tara Rayner says, shoot, shovel, shut up is terrible advice, e.g. Chandler Halderson. Well, he missed the shovel part. He thought it was a spoon that he was shoveling bits into his mouth of his parents because he's a cannibal and he cooked them. Not applicable says, ban also partly due to it ending up in cough syrup. Attorney IRL says in Richard's voice, Your Honor, for the record, I did not call law and crime weetards.
Can Halderson put in a request for like a special diet?
Want a flesh diet? Not applicable says Malice is internet pop culture. Branca is legit. JP Gray 87 says, after losing my leg, I prayed to the machine god, but no replacing my weak flesh. Do you know a lawyer that will handle this for me? I think there are lawyers who have tried to sue gods before. God, Satan, some stuff. They're out there.
Usually service is a problem.
Yeah, it's tough. You know what I love is like they're right now. It's perfect. You are sitting in a way that the back of your chair looks like cat ears.
I better adjust that. Get somebody making a body pillow that looks like me, and that's the last thing I need.
Definitely, chat. Do not go snip out 5 seconds ago when Runkle had cat boy ears and make a Runkle body pillow, Elvin cat boy Bowyer body pillow. Please don't do that.
That's going to be on Twitter in about 8 seconds.
K. Shiloh Williams. So on the subject of lawn crime, remind me to tell you the story of when my brother ran away from home on a lawn tractor sometime. Thanks, Nick. Casperius says, the quartering called you a relative nobody in vid the other day. Don't see context, none required. He hates you. He really, really hates you. Yes, I very much appreciative of Jeremy's video. Stephen Cooper says, good job on Super Chats, Yellow Flash. Sarah Rayner says self-defense in Canada doesn't exist. Most injured party, regardless of provocative actions, becomes a victim, known from experience, legal assistant by trade. It actually says legal ass by trade. Always be legal ass, by the way. Don't be illegal ass, and don't be into illegal ass. Always be legal ass. Poorly Redacted says 37 round Irish wristwatch. Jackson Kai says, hey, Nick, when is the next movie night? And can we watch Canadian Bacon? It was John Candy's last film and found it free on Prime. Canadian Bacon's a good flick. Was it his last film, really? We could probably do it soon. I don't know if we'll do it next. I don't know when the next movie night is right now. It's not going to be tonight. Tara Rayner says, Law and Crime pinned tweet needs to be revised. Access Law and Crime Network almost anywhere, preferably Ricada Law on YouTube. Joshua Sanabria says, just tuned in late. Why does old man Nick have hearing aids in? These are monitors, my friend, in-ear monitors, and they're amazing. Jamie Moodley says, Nick, please re-upload the Ray streams. Ooh, yes, I'll, again, yeah, never mind. Ace Brain 2003 says, yo, Nick, whatever came about from that secret meeting you had with Ty in Seattle, you're still not talking about it. Nothing's come about from it yet. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to hear the thing once it's in motion. I'll have to ask Ty what's going on with it. Baze Crocodile says, I live in upstate New York. Canada makes me feel free. Bad Dragonite says, side, it's too bad Peacock hasn't been on in a while. It is. But I'm going to go visit him in March. So I'm going to the Dick Show Live event March 5th. I think it's going to be in Anaheim or LA or somewhere around LA. And I will hopefully see Keon there. So maybe I can get him to pop on a live stream that I do from the event. Spencer Mosher says, Anime Matsuri or San Diego Comic-Con. Although SDCC went full smooth brain this year with their jab test and mask policy, hoping Anime Matsuri doesn't. Matsuri did not have a jab policy or a mask policy in 2021. I hope they won't in 2022. Joshua Sanabria says, the Washington State religious exemption form pretty much required you to claim you've never received treatment for anything from a doctor, even a Band-Aid. Jim Bram, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. El Gusto says, Nick, thank you for introducing me to Sandy's channel on Twitch. I really like her lovely voice and Finnish charm. She stirred emotions in my dead heart. She wanted our tears, so we stood in the rain. Oh, that was really, that was beautiful, El Gusto. No, she's my favorite Twitch streamer. She's great. A legitimate talent. And that's hard to find in a sea of thoughterry. Phoenix Lord Asserman says, please take a shot with the Greer lips. No. Not today. Positive chance. Welcome to Paralegal. I've done it. It's messy. Dracona75 says, what did the judge say to the battery when he took the stand? You're guilty as charged. Jonathan Duger says, we should ask Chandler if people taste like their ethnicity, like mac and cheese for white folks. There was one I missed from Draconis. I'm remembering right now. Draconis75 says, the lawyer won the luggage lawsuit in less than 6 hours. It turned out to be a briefcase.
Oh,
So there you go. That's it. That's all of it. Oh my goodness.
you're like, it's over. It's done. The Frodo meme.
Yes. Yes. What's sold out already? Mayor Machinations? Are you talking about anime? I don't think Matsuri sold out already. Or is the Dick Show sold out already? Dick Show might be sold out already. I don't know. I'm a guest. I don't have to buy a ticket. So that's good. All right. Runkle, man, thank you for hanging out with me the whole time.
Oh, I keep weird hours. So, and you know what? This is a lot of fun. Like, people say, hey, or what's this? People grifting, or sometimes people in the chat are like, hey, why do you do this? And I'm like, this is a ton of fun. This is, yeah. So I always enjoy hanging out, and yeah, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Always welcome. Except for the rare occasions when I'm not having a guest. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, but usually if I am having guests, of course, you're always welcome. And I appreciate when you come on. Oh, there are a couple last minute chats on Odyssey. Homboy says, any plans to add Canuck Lawyer Don't Talk TV? I think he said he tried to email you. He might have, and I may have missed it. I get a lot of emails, so I very possible I missed it. I'm not opposed
to that guy as well.
What?
I said, I think he emailed me, and I think I got to get back to him. I am terrible at that.
I'm not opposed, but look, we do have a Canadian lawyer already. And there's also like Viva who pops on from time to time. It's like, that's a lot of Canadian. I'm just saying. Lieutenant Hobbit says, I definitely looking forward to seeing you at Matsuri. Awesome. Great US says, I remember you saying Nate asked to come on and the catalyst for League of Lawyers or Lawyers League. I looked it up and it was you who asked him to jump in after seeing him in the chat, which I found to be your SOP. You are correct about the panel being the source of success. Yeah, well, Nate was in the chat. I think he said he was available or whatever, so I invited him on, and it was great. And then that was, that led to bringing Kurt on the next day, or Legal Bites or Kurt the next day, and then whichever other one the next day, and then it was adding Legal Mindset in, and then it was more and more people, and then eventually like Runkle joins and Branca's there during deliberation. It was a wild madhouse. It was great. Great US says, reminder, you two people here in Odyssey Heaven, no message I've seen has been censored and only 5% cost to post instead of the 30 to 60% Apple losers. And then is that it? Whew. That's it. There we go. Okay. Angry Baneling says, onwards to Abe Lincoln movie night stream. No, onwards to me falling asleep eating a burrito. El Gonzo 1000 says, but Viva speaks a dead language. Canadian? French?
I think he means French, and that gets real contentious here in Canada.
There we go, guys. Thanks for hanging out with us. Make sure, please, you go check out Runkle of the Bailey's channel. I saw your channel's been, you've been getting some good subs just even the past couple days, right? There's some good growth, or am I crazy? I
pretty much credit that entirely to you, because a lot of people are noting, like, I'm American, and I'm like, I talk about Canadian law, though. Like, why does this interest you? But
because it's interesting.
Yeah, well, I get a lot of people commenting, like, I didn't know Canada was that messed up. And yeah, it's sometimes hard to explain just how weird our law is. But yeah, no, it's fun, and I never expected anybody to listen to me when I started doing YouTube videos, I gotta say. But it's been a wild ride, and thank you. I really appreciate you sort of helping get my name out there, because
it's my pleasure, man. I'm just glad you come on here and sit and talk with me for hours, because otherwise I'm just by myself like, all right, guys, we're going to talk more about cucks and stuff, which I'm fine, happy doing that too. But I always like talking to you and everybody else. So to the chat, thank you for joining us. I'm going to go fall face first on a couch and then get up and then go to my bed and sleep forever. Please check out Runkle of the Bailey on YouTube. You can click on his channel in the description. And until next time, we'll see you then. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lodbrok, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have.